Hey everyone, so the rest of this story was requested to me after my last video only containing the first part. I'm going to include that on this video just in case people haven't seen it, so if you don't want to listen to the first part, just skip ahead. I've been sitting here in the same spot recording and editing this for hours, so I hope you enjoy the video. Don't forget to add me on Snapchat and Twitter. I will always respond. Let's begin. So, I'm in a random Starbucks in the middle of downtown Las Vegas typing this out for reasons that are beyond me. I guess that if I die, I want at least someone to know what happened to me. You're probably getting the impression that I am scared for my life, but you would be completely wrong. In fact, I'm having the most fun I've ever had. This is by far the best game I've ever played. Now, enough of my babbling. Let me indulge you on why I hired a hitman on myself. So, it all started about 4 weeks ago. I'm sitting in my office, bored as hell, staring blankly into my computer, counting each individual white pixel on that goddamn screen. As I'm staring off into space, enjoying the peace and quiet of my own little world, I start thinking to myself, how did I end up this way? My life has boiled down to me sitting in this fucking cubicle for 8 hours a day, eating and sleeping. I sure as hell didn't grow up thinking, boy, I'd sure like to spend the rest of my life filing acquisitions for some soul-draining corporation. I mean, I make good money, sure, but I don't even feel like a human anymore. It's like I'm going through the motions. I have no kids, no girlfriend, no family that actually wants anything to do with me. I'm completely alone. I need some adventure in my life again, some excitement. Fuck, anything is better than what I'm doing right now. I was snapped out of thinking how pathetic my life was by my annoying ass boss asking me if I had finished with this week's paperwork. I hadn't yet, but I lied and told him that I did. He told me in this "I'm superior to you" tone to have it on my desk tomorrow morning. Yeah, I'll get right on that, you self-centered prick. I finished up the form I had been working on and turned off my computer. It was 5 p.m., signaling the end of another meaningless day. I got home and started thinking about what I could do to make my life a bit more fun. I went through the usual ideas of a vacation, moving to a new city, maybe even a new car, yet they all fell short. I needed something really fucking crazy to go down. I wanted to drop a bomb on my former life and really get shit started. I started fucking around on the deep web looking at all the illegal shit that they have to offer, and then I saw an ad that said, "Have a problem in your life? Hire one of our cleaners to take care of it, at Cthulhu's will." Now my interest was piqued. I checked out their website and it was a site to hire a hitman. Then a thought popped up into my head. What if I hired a hitman on myself? It would be like a game of cat and mouse, and the punishment for getting caught would be, of course, death. I was curious to see what their guidelines were and to see how far they would go to eliminate a target, so I emailed them saying I had a problem I wanted to get rid of. Within 3 hours I got a response back informing me all of the details of the business and the range of prices it would cost me. I didn't respond right away, allowing myself time to think carefully of what I was getting myself into. The more I thought about it, the more excited I got. This was the ultimate adventure game, like a real-life video game. I would have someone that would spend night and day hunting me down, and I would have to spend all of my time hunting them down. The first person to find the other wins, and the loser dies. It was perfect. So I went into work the next day, knowing that it would be my last day there. I did what every cubicle monkey dreams of doing. I told my boss that he can go fuck himself, told the smoking hot receptionist that I wanted to bend her over the desk and fuck her brains out, and destroyed every last form and file I had in that shithole prison just to make things harder for all the douchebags I worked with. Then I got to work on setting everything up. I went out and bought myself some new toys at the local gun store. Bought myself a new 9mm Glock, a PS-90 assault rifle, and my crown jewel, a Barrett 50 cal sniper rifle. I also stopped by this nifty little spy store in my city and picked up a few things. A few objects with discrete cameras in them that allowed me to watch them through my phone, bug detectors, and a voice changer. I then took $30,000 from my savings account and converted it into bitcoins. After all that was completed, I contacted the man who had first emailed me and gave him all of my info, and told him that this man would be very hard to catch as he travels a lot and that he may be armed. I told him that I didn't want just one of their regular cleaners on the job. I wanted the best that they could offer. Shortly after sending the email, I received a message back informing me that they would send one of the best, but it would cost a bit more. He also said that as soon as I sent the payment, they would get started. The last line of email he sent me made me realize shit was going to get serious very quickly. Just a quick warning for you. Once the payment is sent and confirmed, there is no going back. The job will be taken care of and there's nothing that can be done to stop it. Perfect. I sent the payment immediately and got a confirmation email back that it was received and that someone would be sent out the next day to my location. Now the real fun can begin. So there's the start to this huge shit show I created for myself, and like I said, it's been loads of fun. I've been in this Starbucks for about 2 hours now, and I need to get going as I can't stay in one location for too long. I'll update tomorrow with the rest of my story so far if people are interested. Wish me luck. How's it going, guys? I need to clear some stuff up with you guys before I get into my story. First off, a lot of you have been doubting the fact that I got a 50 caliber sniper rifle without a waiting period. The reason I was able to obtain it so easily was because the state I bought it in is a very lenient state when it comes to gun policies, and on top of that, the owner of the store is my neighbor and he knew that I wanted one for the longest time as I have an interest in long-range shooting. So, all I had to do was get a simple background check and fill out a good amount of paperwork and it was mine. Secondly, a few of you are saying things like, "You're not going to last a week." If you had even listened to the first 2 paragraphs of my first entry, you would have known that this has been going on for 4 weeks now. I've had a few encounters with the man and I'm hoping to finish this up in the next few days. Anyways, let's continue. So I had just gotten confirmation that my payment was received and someone would be sent out the next day. I started packing all the belongings in my apartment that I would need, as I wouldn't be able to return until after this was all completed. I packed about a month's worth of clothes, all my electronics that I would need, all my guns and spy gear that I had bought myself, and a few other miscellaneous items like a toothbrush and shampoo. Once everything was packed up, I went over to my friend's house that had an older car for sale that was registered to his name. I asked him if I could trade him cars for reasons I couldn't get into and gave him $2,000 just to keep my car in his backyard and look after it. I figured if this Hitman agency was any good, they'd look at my DMV records and know what kind of car I was driving and my license plate, which would make me a lot easier to find. He agreed and told me to look after myself and to be careful. So I set out back to my old apartment that night to put all the things I had packed up into the trunk and the back seat. I also set a little note on my coffee table in the living room that said, "Tag, you're it," just to fuck with the guy and give him a little heads up that this wasn't going to be an average hit. What fun would it be if he didn't even know that this was going to be a fun little game? I now had everything I needed to go in the hunt in the car that couldn't be traced back to me. Before the day ended, I went to Walmart and picked myself up a little prepaid smartphone and then dismantled my own phone so I couldn't be tracked via GPS. Before it got too late, I also stopped by the little spy shop again and picked up a magnetic GPS locator. You know, that kind that Walt and Hank from Breaking Bad put under Gus Fring's car to follow him. After that, I was fully ready to do this. No turning back now. I went back to the area around my apartment around 11 p.m. and parked about 2/3 to 3/4 of a mile away to wait. No way I could stay the night there and allow that guy to get the drop on me while I was sleeping. I sat on the passenger side of the car to make it look like I was waiting for a friend to come back to the car and to not freak people out who lived in the apartments I was in front of. They said they'd be sending him out the next day, so I had to sleep in the car and wait for him to arrive. I went to sleep around midnight and woke up around 7 a.m. I took out my nice deer hunting binoculars and waited, and waited, and waited. I finally got hungry enough to convince myself I needed to eat, so I went to a little fast food joint and picked up a few burgers. I went back and parked in the same spot I was before. It was around 5 p.m. at this time and I figured this guy wasn't going to come during the day, so I fucked around on Reddit for a few hours until it got dark. I finally got bored on Reddit, so I went back to watching my apartment. Around 10 a.m. I watched an all-black car with dark-tinted windows, I think it was a Chrysler 300, pulled up a few hundred feet from my apartment on the other side of the street. It looked a bit fishy on account that it had out-of-state plates I'd never seen in my neighborhood before, so I started to watch it. It just sat there for about 10 minutes, presumably checking out the house, then it drove away. Huh. Well, that was weird, I thought to myself as I had the biggest grin on my face. I knew that was my guy. I tried to sleep that night, maybe got a few hours in around 1 o'clock, but I was so excited with anticipation that I couldn't get a full night's rest. I woke up around 3 to 3:30 a.m. to check everything out. So I started fucking around on Reddit again to pass the time. Around 4 a.m., the same black car pulled up in the same spot as before. About 2 to 3 minutes of waiting there, the light shut off and a man got out. He was a bigger guy, around my height, 6 foot, but way bigger muscle-wise. The dude could definitely beat the shit out of me in close quarters combat, so I knew I couldn't let that happen. The guy was also dressed in a really nice suit. What a fucking stereotypical hitman, I thought to myself. I noticed I had the biggest grin on my face again. I felt so alive. The man walked across the street and sure enough went up to my apartment. He took a key out of his pocket, put it in the lock, and slammed on it with this small metal brick thing. I knew it was a bump key. He then entered my apartment and shut the door behind him. About 30 seconds later, after he did that, I used the binoculars to focus in on his license plates and wrote down the number. After about 5 minutes, he came out and put something in his pocket. I'm pretty sure it was his gun. He also had something else crumpled up in his other hand. He threw it in the gutter, got back in his car, and drove off. I waited about an hour and went to go see what he threw out. Sure enough, it was the "tag you're it" note I left him. I started laughing hysterically and knew this was going to be a lot more fun than I could ever hope for. I went back to my car to try to catch a few hours of sleep. When I awoke, the sun was already up. It was around 8 a.m. I drove off to another one of my buddy's house who worked for the DMV to get some info from him. He wasn't there, so I went to his work to find him. After about 15 minutes, when he was in between helping people, I walked up to his counter. He was surprised to see me and greeted me with, "What's up, man?" I sat down without saying anything to him and slipped him a piece of paper with a license plate number on it. "What's this?" he asked. I just looked at him and said, "Don't ask questions. I need the info of the person who these plates belong to." "Dude, I can't give that information to you. I could get in a lot of trouble." I pulled out about $200 from my wallet and slipped it to him and said, "Please, dude, this is really important. This guy wants to kill me and I need his information. My life depends on it. Here's $200. I know you and your wife have been hurting for money." He looked at me with a really serious look and muttered under his breath, "Fuck, man." He took the money and put it into his pocket and started typing on his computer. He then got up from his chair and told me he'd be right back. About a minute later, he came back with a few sheets of paper. This is everything I could get on the guy. I looked at him again with a really serious face and said, "Don't mention this to anyone, even your wife. This guy is really dangerous and I don't need you getting involved, and make sure no one can trace back the fact that you looked up his information." He looked back at me and said, "Okay." As I was getting up to leave, he just said, "Take care of yourself, man, and be careful." I told him that I would and that I couldn't thank him enough. I walked back to my car and started studying the piece of paper and once again had a huge grin on my face. I now had a bunch of this guy's info in my hands. I knew who I was dealing with. I'm not disclosing the man's name due to concerns for myself and his family, so we'll just refer to him as Mike. Mike was 35 years old and was registered to an address in Arizona. Like I thought, it was a black Chrysler 300. Now that I had the info I needed, it was time to stake out my house a bit more. When I got back, it was around 1 p.m. and I parked a little bit further this time. I sat in my car for about another hour, and when 2 p.m. rolled around, I saw the same black 300 roll up about 2 blocks away from my place again. Further away from the last time, but close enough to watch the place thoroughly. I was only about a mile away from him, and he didn't even know it. So, the Burger King I'm in is pretty much dead now, and I've been here for quite a while. I need to get back to my hotel and start planning some stuff. I'll try to post back tomorrow when I have a bit of free time around 5 or 6 p.m. Until next time, how's it going, everybody? So first off, sorry yesterday's part wasn't too exciting, as I had to get through the boring parts to get to the kick-ass Michael Bay explosions part. Oh, and not sure if I'll be able to update tomorrow. And if I do, it'll be later at night. Why, you might ask? It's Mike's last day on Earth, the day he gets a bullet in between his eyes or through the chest. Anyways, enough of the semantics, let's get started. I had just gotten back around the area of my apartment and had seen Mike parked on the street from my apartment. At this point, I was done just watching him trying to watch me all day, so I decided I needed to test his abilities a bit. I went a few miles away to an old Motel 6. I walked in and a nice older man was running the front desk. I walked up to him and asked if I could book a room. He said yes, that would be fine, so I paid with my debit card. I also handed him an envelope and told him if he saw a man wearing a suit about my height asking for anybody to hand this envelope to him. He stuttered a bit, trying to get out that he doesn't do that type of thing, but his attitude changed real quick when I pulled out a $100 bill and handed it to him. "Oh, of course, sir. If he comes in, I'll give it to him." I then went about another 5 miles away to another Motel 6 and paid for a room with my debit card again. I handed this lady another envelope and pulled out $100 and described Mike to her. "If he comes in here, just hand him the envelope and he'll leave." She handed me my room key and I left. I then went across the street to a bit nicer motel and booked a room with cash. The room was on the second story and I had a clear view of the Motel 6 across the street. You might be wondering what was in the envelopes and why I booked 3 rooms. Well, first off, I needed to see if they were monitoring my bank accounts, and secondly, I wanted to see what his reaction would be when he finally realized that I led him to 2 dead ends. The envelopes were just 2 pieces of paper. The first one said, "Try again," and the second one said, "So close, yet so far away. Now, to just wait." I got up to my room and took a shower because I desperately needed it. I then set up one of the hidden cameras that I had bought from the spy shop outside my room facing the entrance to the front desk of the motel across the street. I went back inside and waited. About 2 hours later, wouldn't you know it, the black car pulled up into the parking lot. As it sat there, I looked at the GPS tracker I had bought a few days prior, and I knew I had an opportunity to put it on his car so I could track him. The only problem was if I even attempted to get close to his car, he'd know I was there and might even start shooting at me. I pushed the curtain of the window to the side and looked around and saw a couple of teenagers on bikes fucking around in the parking lot of the motel I was in. I put on a baseball cap and went downstairs trying to face away from Mike's car the whole time. I walked up to a soda machine that was downstairs and yelled at the kids to come over to where I was while waving a $100 bill in the air. After all, I'm sure those kids would love cash to fuck around with or buy some pot. After looking at each other, they came over to me and asked what I wanted. I pulled the GPS tracker out of my pocket and told them if they wanted to make a quick buck, all they had to do was wait for the man in the black car across the street to get out and walk into the lobby of the motel and hide it underneath the bumper somewhere where he would have a hard time finding it. "How are we supposed to do it without him figuring out what we're doing?" one of them asked. I thought about it really quick and said, "Just ride your bikes behind the car and one of you will pretend to fall. Then, as you're on the ground, stick it underneath." They all looked at each other again and snickered, and agreed. I turned it on and handed it to one of them. I then handed the $100 bill to another one of them. As he grabbed it, I held onto it and he looked at me with the questioning face as why I wasn't letting go. They all looked back at me and I looked at each one of them dead in the eye and said, "If you kids just run off with my GPS locator and my $100, I will find each of you and kill you and your families. I'm not the type of guy you want to fuck with. Got it?" Their smiles quickly faded and they all nodded. "I'll be watching from somewhere to make sure the job is done. You boys have a nice day." They slowly turned back around and rode off across the street, not knowing what I had just said was just a bluff. I took the back stairwell up to my room. As I got in to check the camera I had planted, Mike had just gotten out of his car and was walking across the parking lot. Just as he entered the check-in building of the motel, the kids entered the camera's frame. Just as they got near the back of the car, one of the kids fell and I saw him reach his arm underneath the car. He then got up and they rode off. About a minute later, I saw Mike leaving the motel lobby. He opened the envelope, read the paper, and then crumpled it up and threw it on the ground. He then got out his phone and called someone while walking to his car. He got in and left after putting the phone back into his pocket. I had another grin on my face knowing I was slowly winning the game. I got onto my laptop and watched the little red dot slowly get further and further away. About an hour later, I decided to go check up on what Mike was up to, hoping to find the location of where he was staying. I drove to the area where the GPS locator was stopped at. I parked about a half-mile away and started walking to his location. It was a little parking lot for a Mexican food restaurant, but as I scanned the parking lot, his car wasn't there. I walked up to the front of the restaurant and could see by the entrance there was a little manila envelope. I walked up to it and opened it. All that was inside was my GPS locator and a note that said, "Tag, now you're it." My smile and thoughts were cut short as a little hole exploded out of the pillar I was standing by. As I ducked behind the pillar, another hole was created in the brick wall that was now in front of me. Fuck, he's shooting at me. Where's the sound of the gun though? I thought quickly. He must have a silencer. Shit. I completely fell for his trap. I'm such a fucking idiot. What the fuck do I do now? I pulled out my 9mm and peeked my head out from the pillar. I couldn't see him. Fuck. I had no choice but to run. He was closing in on me. I ran into the restaurant and went through the kitchen as a whole bunch of Mexicans were yelling at me and darted out the back door. I ran down the alley that the back door led to, my adrenaline pumping. As I neared the end of the alley, I heard something whiz by me, tearing the side of my shirt. Almost out of the alley, I ducked behind a big metal dumpster. I chambered around, popped out a bit, and shot twice at him. A loud-ass bang-bang sound shot out as the bullets exited the end of the barrel. Fuck, everyone around is going to hear that, and this guy had a goddamn silencer, so he doesn't need to worry about that. I need to get the fuck out of here before the cops show up. I darted out of the alley, and as I rounded the corner, I heard another bullet strike the brick wall. I looked back and saw a huge chunk taken out of the corner. I ran as fast as I could back to my car, trying my best to make sure he didn't follow me. As I got in and took off, I looked back to see Mike running around the corner, looking around, trying to find me. For a guy of his size in a suit, he was sure is pretty damn fast. I then hit a red light with a few cars around me, and I could still see him running in my direction, trying to look for me. I could tell he didn't know what kind of car I was in by the way he was frantically looking around. He kept getting closer and closer until finally he was right beside me, on the other side of the street. The only thing that was between us was another car in the left lane. Come the fuck on, light turned fucking green. I was fucking hysterical at this point. The man that was trying to kill me was about 15 feet away, and all he had to do was look hard enough through my tinted windows and he'd know that it was me. He then continued walking past and pulled out his phone. Right as he hit the street corner, the light turned green and I fucking gunned it. As soon as I knew he was away from me, I started laughing louder than I've ever laughed before. I was so close to death, and yet I never felt more alive. This is exactly what I needed, and I already couldn't wait for our next encounter. Only next time it would be on my terms. I got back to my motel room and got upstairs. I sat down on the bed and started thinking about what had just happened, and planning my next move. I was such a fucking idiot for falling for that trap. He had seen those kids plant that thing, or he had some kind of bug detector like mine that could find planted electronics. I didn't know which one, but I did have a few pieces of valuable information. They were monitoring my bank accounts. He has a silencer and is not afraid to shoot in public, and from what I saw, he's not bad at his job. I had just gotten extremely lucky that I switched cars and he didn't happen to see me. I collapsed on the bed, exhausted as the adrenaline wore off. About 15 minutes had passed as I lay on my bed contemplating everything, and I got a phone call. I looked at my phone and it was a number that I didn't recognize from a 480 area code. I answered. "Well, hello there. You left so soon we didn't even get to play." "Who is this?" I asked like a dumbass. I knew who it was. "Don't worry about who I am. It's yourself that you need to worry about." I started laughing. "Oh, Mike, my buddy, it's you. I don't think—" "How do you know my name?" he snapped. "You shouldn't interrupt people while they're talking, Mike. It's quite rude. As I was saying, I don't think I need to worry about myself too much. I'm it now, though, so I'll be seeing you soon," I said. A few seconds of silence followed. It sounded like he was in a car. "You'll be seeing me sooner than you think," and then he hung up. I don't know what he meant by that, but I needed to get the fuck out of this hotel and into a new one. I wrote down the number he called me on, and I packed all my stuff up and got out of there as quickly as I could. As I was leaving, all I could think of was how the fuck did he get my number? I threw the phone out of the window and kept driving. As I was driving away, I saw his car pull into the motel parking lot I was just at. Anyways, once again, I need to get going. This bar I'm at is called the Blind Tiger. It is packed, but I've been here for too long, and I need to get back to my hotel. I also need to start prepping for tomorrow. Thanks for listening, guys. Until next time. Well, fuck me, I had this whole goddamn thing typed out and then my laptop died, so now I gotta read this whole fucking update again. Okay, if it wasn't for all the support and messages asking when the next part would be out, I wouldn't even have bothered typing this all out again, but I know the feeling of getting your daily fix, and I didn't update yesterday due to some events. So I guess I'll start all over. Anyways, fuck me, let's just get this started again. I ended the last update with me driving away from the motel parking lot, and after a few seconds of me pulling out, Mike pulled in. If I had even left a few minutes later, he would have caught me in my room packing my shit, or me packing everything up into my car. Did he think I was an idiot? That I wouldn't change places after he ended our conversation with, "You'll be seeing me sooner than you think"? Or maybe he's having just as much fun as I am with this game. After all, you don't take up this line of work without at least partly enjoying killing people. I'm probably giving him the same rush he's giving me, in that he probably doesn't expect his clients to actually go after him or even know when he's coming. Anyways, I got to my next hotel and took a shower I desperately needed again while singing that stupid fucking Iggy Pop song, IGGY, and, shaking my ass in the shower. It's like a fucking brain parasite, and the only way to get it out is to sing the song of its people, or some shit like that. I don't know, fucking sue me. After I got out of the shower, I passed out on the bed after having almost been killed a few hours prior. When I woke up, I knew I needed to get going again. After all, I was it. I went to Walmart to pick up a new phone and some supplies to make a few suppressors. Yes, I said suppressors instead of silencers. You happy now, gun fags? Anyways, as I was walking down the aisles watching all the fat-ass Americans on their scooters because they're too fucking lazy to walk, I started contemplating how Mike even got my number. I picked up my new phone and a few cans of Cheese Whiz, along with a few other supplies for my suppressors. And no, I'm not getting into how I made them. I just pulled the first guide online that showed me how, and they were a real pain in the ass to make. A few of your guys' suggestions on how to make them seemed a lot easier. Anyways, as I was checking out, I took out my cash and looked at my phone. I was about to buy. It dawned on me that when all of this started, I paid for the first throwaway phone with my card. I'm such a fucking idiot. That's probably how he tracked me down. I paid for everything and got back to my hotel. The first thing I did was some research to see if it was possible to get a phone's ESN/MEID number just from a purchase. It turns out it was possible to do. It was just a difficult process of going through Walmart's purchase database or the phone's manufacturer database. Fuck. Another mistake on my part. If I keep fucking up like this, I'm going to end up dead. I took the rest of the day to make the suppressors for myself, and they turned out pretty good. Except for the huge fucking Cheese Whiz mess I had to clean up. I now had one for my 9mm and one for my P90. After all that was done, it was dark out. I wanted to see if Mike would somehow be able to find me with no card activity or cell phone at his disposal, so I waited. A day passed by, then 2, then 3. After about a week and 3 hotels later, I figured he was only able to track me when I used my card and slipped up somehow like anyone who doesn't know a hitman is following him would do. Unless he was watching and studying me the whole time, which I doubt he was doing. By the end of the week of sleepless nights and constantly looking over my shoulder, I was almost completely out of cash on hand. I knew I needed to hit a bank or an ATM, but as soon as I withdrew some cash from my account, they would know I did, and the location I got it from. After a bit of thinking about this, I figured I could usually use this to my advantage. So I set out to surprise little old Mike. After all, a week prior he set me up, so I figured it was time to return the favor. I traveled about 30 minutes to the very outskirts of northwest Las Vegas. I found an area that seemed perfect, my bank on one side of the street and a desert with lots of boulders and Joshua trees on the other side. As I was surveying the area on one of the corners near the bank, I saw an ATV with a for sale sign on it. I went to the door and rung the bell. A nice, typical suburban dad answered the door with a little girl right behind him hugging his leg and looking up at me. "Can I help you?" he asked. Yeah, I actually saw that you had a Yamaha ATV for sale, and I was wondering how much it was. He told me it was $1,500 and I told him that I was interested. We shot the shit for a while and he told me about his family and that they just had another girl, so he had not the time or money to keep this thing around. My time of fun and fucking around is on hold for the moment, I guess, he said, laughing a bit. I laughed back, and while I was looking at him, I kind of envied him. If I had a girl I loved a lot and some little ones that meant the world to me, I wouldn't be doing what I was currently doing. But that's neither here nor there. Sorry, I'm rambling. I told him that I was interested in getting it now and asked if it was okay if I ran to the bank to grab some cash. He told me that that was fine and he would be waiting outside. I got to the bank, and as I was about to put my card into the machine, a thought grabbed my attention. As soon as you pull out this money, you're going to be on a time slot until Mike comes in and checks the area. I mentally prepared myself and pulled out the cash. It was time for us to meet again. This time, on my terms. I ran back to the man's house with the ATV and he was outside checking everything out on it. I handed him the cash and gave it a quick test drive around the neighborhood. I got back in a minute or two and thanked him for the time and wished him luck on his newborn. I got in my car and told him I was going to park it around the corner at the nearby park and come back for the ATV, as I was going to be riding it today. He said that was fine and I took off. As soon as I parked at the park, I literally ran back to his house and hopped on the ATV. I had just pulled out the cash and I knew Mike couldn't possibly be on his way already, but something inside me knew that I couldn't involve this nice gentleman that I had just bought this thing from. I wouldn't put it past Mike to break into their house and kill everyone in there just to get a hint of my location. I drove the ATV back to the park and I parked it right behind my car. I got my backpack out from the back seat and put my homemade suppressors and my 9mm in there. I slung the P90 on my back and also rolled up a few paper targets and put them into my pack just in case I got stopped by the police. At least I had an excuse that I was practicing my shooting out in the desert. I eventually got about 400-500 yards out into the desert across from the bank. I set up one of the targets and fired 2 shots from both homemade suppressors from each gun. They both worked really well with only a small sound coming out of each of them. The sun started to set behind the mountains and I got set up and parked my ATV behind a large boulder. When it got completely dark, I got on top of the boulder and I lied down. I put on a black ski mask and a black shirt so I couldn't be noticed out in the open. I flipped the cap to my scope on my P90 off and looked through it. I could see the bank dimly lit inside as well as the parking lot. Now, all I had to do was wait. It had been about an hour and a half to 2 hours since I had to look at the bank, but no Mike. Around 11 o'clock or so, I finally saw his black car pull up. He drove around the bank once and then parked in front of it. I immediately noticed that his plates weren't on the car, which struck me as odd. He got out and walked up to the ATM and had something in his hand with wires attached to it. He put it in the machine and turned his back to me. Perfect. I flipped my safety off and took the shot. Boom. Center mass. He fell into the machine and pulled out his gun. How the fuck is he even moving? I shot him right through the fucking back. He ran and ducked behind his car. I aimed for his tires. Boom. Back right tire. Gone. Boom. Back left tire. Gone. At this point he knew the direction I was shooting from and he popped his head out. He shot twice in my direction, but he couldn't see me in the darkness. It was great. I had another huge smile on my face. Now you know what it's like to be trapped, you son of a bitch, but this time you have no getaway vehicle. Alright guys, I was planning on going a little bit further with this, but I think I'm done for the day as far as writing goes. I'll update tomorrow. How's it going, guys? Sorry about not updating yesterday. I had a fucking massive migraine and couldn't even walk, let alone type an entire update. I was sitting on top of the boulder I had just taken the shot at Mike from, who was standing in front of the ATM. I forgot to mention during the last update that he had a mask on when he got out of the car. I could tell it was him though, with his suit and body shape. I took a shot at him and he fell onto the machine. I proceeded to shoot out the back tires on his Chrysler 300 to trap him. He was now a sitting duck with nowhere to run. He then went onto the passenger side of his car and dove through the window. I didn't know what he was doing. He obviously knew that his car was fucked with 2 back tires gone. He put it into reverse with the back rims grinding against the pavement. Then the car flipped around with the headlights pointing towards me. He gunned the car across the road and started hauling dick towards me. I shot a few times at the front windshield, but the bullets seemed to not go through. I now figured that he had some sort of light bulletproof glass or something of the sort. The car had now hit the desert, still accelerating. About 100 yards out from the boulder I was perched on, I saw the driver's side door open and him bail out. I shot once at him, but missed. As soon as I took the shot, I jumped off the boulder right by my ATV. About 2 or 3 seconds after I did, I heard a huge explosion and saw a gigantic flash of light envelop the dark desert. I started up the ATV and slung the P90 over my shoulder. As I rounded the boulder, I saw Mike's car engulfed in flames. I flew past it, searching for him with my 9mm out. He was nowhere in sight. I gunned it to the bank and ran up to the ATM he was just at. The weird electronic device with wires hanging out of it was still stuck in it. I grabbed it and took off. I guess he forgot it in all the commotion. I took off towards my car, still trying to look for Mike in the desert as I passed by it. Again, he was nowhere to be seen. I took off my ski mask and put it in my pocket as I was speeding down the street. I was pissed I had let him get away. It wasn't going to be easy to get another chance like that, like I just had. As I arrived at my car, I heard sirens in the distance. I knew I couldn't just leave the ATV out in the open for the cops to find, so I found some bushes on the edge of the park. I took some wet wipes I had in my backpack and wiped off the handlebars and a few other spots where I thought my prints would be. I ran as quickly as I could after hiding the ATV and got into my car. As I was driving away, I could hear more and more sirens in the distance. I hauled ass out of the area in order to not be linked with what had just happened. It was about a half hour later I finally arrived back at my hotel, exhausted and angry that I missed my chance. I pulled the device that I had just gotten out of my pocket and started doing some research. I didn't find much on the outer web, but on the darknet I found some similar devices. They were apparently for hacking into ATMs and pulling money out of people's accounts. I needed to figure out what he was doing with this thing, so I drove to a nearby coffee shop and used their Wi-Fi. I checked my bank account and saw several $1,000s missing from my account. All of the transactions were in $1,000 increments, one day after another. It blew my mind. They were taking money slowly out of my account in order to bankrupt me to slow me down. This just pissed me off more than anything. You weren't playing this game very fairly, Mike. Whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. I went back to my hotel and crashed. When I awoke, it was already daytime, around 10 a.m. I finally got a good night's rest. God knows I needed it. I sat up in the bed thinking. Technically, Mike was it now, and I figured he was a bit pissed that I caught him by surprise. Oh, and on top of that, he destroyed his car to get away from me, and he probably had to walk for hours and hours back to his hotel, or call a taxi. It made me smile that I put him through all of that. He really went through a lot to get out of that situation. I mean, shit, his goddamn car was rigged with fucking explosive just in case he was put in a situation like that. It dawned on me that I wouldn't know what vehicle he was in now, which made my life a lot harder. He could be in any vehicle at any time, which sucked. I just sat on the edge of my bed thinking about all of this, and there was a knock on the door. My adrenaline was pumping again. I heard a key card get put into the slot, and the door handle jiggled a bit before opening. I grabbed my Glock and chambered around and dove behind my bed. The door was caught by the chain lock. I looked up to see a little Mexican housekeeper looking at me. I put the gun behind my back and stood up. "Housekeeping," she said while looking at me. "No, thank you, come back later," I said to her. She shut the door and I hear her walking away. I had a huge sigh of relief and unchambered the round. Fuck, lady, you could have been shot. Weren't they supposed to say housekeeping before they opened the fucking door? I sat back down on the bed and slid my hands over my forehead and through my hair. I could tell my body was having a hard time with all this shit going down. I got up and took another shower. I stayed in that night and ordered a takeout. The next day I switched motels and chilled out. I took another few days to chill out and recoup from everything that happened. On the third day in this new hotel, I knew I needed to get to the end of this game. After a few hours of pacing in my room and not coming up with a single fucking idea and stressed as hell because I couldn't come up with anything, I decided I'd go down to the strip and play a little poker to get my mind off of everything. I went down to the Flamingo Hotel and started to play a little bit. After a few hours of playing and winning a good amount, I decided it was time to pack it up and quit while I was ahead. I cashed out my chips and headed out to walk the strip for a bit. It was so crowded and crawling with cops, I knew even Mike wasn't going to take the chance trying to shoot me here. As I was walking, I noticed the Bellagio fountains started up. I stood across the street admiring them, and it took my mind off everything that was going on for a brief moment. As soon as my mind got sidetracked with the beauty of the jets dancing around one another, I saw something that shocked me to my very core. There was Mike, walking in between a thick crowd of onlookers watching the fountains. Holy fucking shit. Out of all the people in this whole fucking city, there's the one person that I was looking for right in front of me. He hadn't noticed me at all, so I started trailing behind him on the other side of the street. I lowered my baseball cap and kept watching him, always a few feet behind so he wouldn't see me. He eventually made his way to that Aria hotel and walked in. I waited about a minute and I walked in. Just as I had, I saw him make his way to the room elevators. No fucking way, I knew where he was staying. It was a 1 in a million, but something out there gave me a break and put him right in front of me. I walked up to the lobby receptionist and gave her some bullshit story about how me and my buddy got separated and I needed his room number to check if he was there. She asked for his first and last name, and I gave it to her. She typed some things into her computer and gave me a room number. I couldn't have gotten more lucky. The more I thought about it, the more sense it made. If I were him, I'd want to stay in the most crowded hotels in Vegas, making getting found a lot harder. I thanked her for the information and took off. I made my way back to my car and drove back to my motel. I got in and took out one of my spare manila envelopes. I put the ATM hacker gizmo in it and a note that said, Red Rock Canyon, 6 p.m. 2 days from now. Take Scenic Loop Drive to White Rock Mountain Road and turn right. Keep driving until the road turns to dirt and keep going some more. You'll see an older car parked on the side of the road. I'll be waiting. You're it. I ran back to the Aria with the envelope and room number in my hand. I took the elevator up to his room, a nice suite. I wrote Mike on the front of it and took out some tape that I had, stuck 2 pieces to the envelope and stuck it to his door as fast as I could without making any noise. Hopefully, no one would take it. This was my only chance to finally finish all of this. I ran back down to the casino floor and got to my car. As soon as I got back to my room, I started to prepare. I took out my 50 cal and started to clean it, from barrel to the butt of it. I couldn't fuck this up like I did last time. I started to put the gun back together and there it was again. That big ol' smile had come back to my face. Alright guys, this is almost the end and there'll either be 1 or 2 more updates. Again, sorry for not updating sooner. And I will be sure to update tomorrow, you have my word. Hey everyone, first off I want to apologize for taking so long to update, and secondly I want to apologize for not updating when I said I was going to when some of you asked. I currently have a massive fucking migraine, so I'll try to write as much as I can about the events that have been happening in the past few days, and then I'll continue on where part 5 left off. I got done cleaning all my guns at the hotel room, and I then proceeded to go to Walmart to get a few extra outdoor items along with the things I had brought from home in case I could no longer stay in a hotel room and had to do a little camping. I picked up about 10 of the 5-gallon propane containers, 2 big 10-gallon gasoline containers, a big bottle of Jack Daniels, and some other odds and ends to keep me sane if I had to wait for him, After all, he did have a reputation for taking his time to prepare and plan for whatever he was about to do. Unless he was setting a trap for me, he really got shit moving when the ball was in his court. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't this time, so I was prepared to wait. I stopped at a gas station to fill up my tank and the 10-gallon gasoline drums I had just bought. Once I was done, I headed up to set up and wait. I arrived around 11 p.m. I told Mike to meet me out at the Red Rock in 2 days from when I left him the note. I figured he was going to take the day in between to check out the place for advantages and disadvantages, cover, terrain, and which spots would offer the greatest advantage over the other, i.e. high ground with lots of cover. I had already done this the week before, and I luckily have spent my fair share of time in the area hiking along just to get out of the city, even if it was just for a moment. You'd be surprised at how much more you can take in when you hike alone and don't have any distractions. I knew this particular area well, almost like the back of my hand. Mike didn't, so I had a few ideas on where to lay a trap for him if he decided to come the next day and do some scouting. I knew he would be looking for good ambush areas, somewhere I wouldn't expect and where he would have an extreme tactical advantage. There was an area about 2 miles in from where the paved road turns into dirt. Big boulders surround the road, along with tons of wild trees and bushes. Monsoon season was just coming to an end, so the vegetation was nice and thick, providing lots of sight coverage. I was planning on parking my car right after this area in order to provide the illusion that that's where I would ambush him. However, there's a big overhanging plateau formation way in the distance. It had 3 perch areas that looked over this entire stretch of road for about 1.5 miles in each direction. This was my best chance I had, and I needed to take it. I arrived at around 11 p.m. and parked my car way off the dirt road and out of line of sight from people who would be driving on it. I packed up all my gear I would need for the night and started to trek up the area I chose to watch from. I only brought 2 of my guns. My 9mm just in case, it's always good to have a backup, and my baby that was a little hungry to do some hunting, the Barrett 50 cal. I finally trekked up the plateau and just got the rifle set up for a good shot of incoming traffic. It was around midnight at this point, and I figured I'd just relax with some Jack and some shitty easy cook meals for a bit. I had no internet or phone service, so it was good old-fashioned books and a few comics to keep me entertained. I had other stuff back in the car, but I was content for the night. Around 2:30 to 3 a.m. I heard a car coming down the dirt road toward me. I was a little curious as no one is usually out here at this time of night. I figured it was a park ranger or some love-crazy kids that just wanted to be alone. Wasn't worried about either as I had hidden the car extremely well and didn't have any electronics or any other things that would alert people to looking up in my direction. I watched as the car got closer and closer to the area I was planning on leaving the car for Mike to see. The car, a blue Toyota RAV5, had rental stickers on the sides of the windows, which made me think it was some tourists enjoying the desert night. But then once I started thinking about it, someone who doesn't know the area, especially while traveling at night, wouldn't even leave the scenic roundabout, let alone come to some random off-trail in the middle of bumfucked Egypt. It dawned on me that Mike probably had to rent a car, as I, well, blew his up. Oops. I waited for a minute, and after being stopped at the area for a minute, someone got out of the car, and holy shit, it was Mike. He had a fucking big-ass bulletproof jacket on, along with some huge assault rifle. It looked like an AR-15, but way more decked out, and more like something fucking Rambo would mow people in the rainforest down with. I waited for him to drop his guard and look around a bit, and then I took a shot. Missed by a bit. Holy shit, how dumb could I be? I didn't reset the scope after cleaning the gun. Fucking details, man. So I went to another perch point and reset the scope, and then I added a bit of other things into the equation like distance and angle, and everything checked out. Mike was behind a boulder that was blocking my view from where I had a first shot at him, but this new perch was just to the side of it. He slowly inched his way into my scope and lined up a second shot. Boom. Holy fuck, this gun sounds beautiful. The bullet drop was a bit more than I anticipated, so I hit him in his knee. The bullet blew his fucking leg completely off his body from the knee down. I shot at the gun 3 times to disable it and empty my clip. I made my way down to him and he was looking at me with a shocked look like, how the fuck did you hit my leg? I put a tourniquet on his leg, but of course searched him for weapons. He still had that original 9mm with the suppressor on it he had first shot at me with. Memories, man. I then shot him up with an EPI pen I always kept in my first aid kit to keep him alive for a bit longer. A bit cruel, yes, but I didn't want to end it just yet. I had other things for him to see. I dragged him over to his car and put him in the front seat so I could watch him. I went over to him with the bottle of Jack and asked if he wanted a last drink. He sure took that fucking opportunity up, that's for damn sure. I loaded all of the propane tanks into the back along with both of the gasoline containers. We drove for about 45 minutes, him barely awake but still fully conscious and really enjoying the Jack. We got up a little ways on the highway to Mount Charleston and eventually got up to a good straightaway with a sharp turn at the end with nothing but a little guardrail in between the road and about a 1,300-foot drop. I found a good-sized rock on the side of the road and started to pour the gas all over the inside of the vehicle. All Mike did was close his eyes and wait. When I was done and about to launch it, I went up to the door and asked him a simple question. You want it fast and quick, or long and horrible? He looked at me with a smile and held up the nearly empty Jack Daniels bottle. Fast, but let me finish this first. He chugged the rest of it and said something I'll never forget. I definitely don't want to die just yet, but you sure set up one hell of a fucking game for yourself. He knew I had put the hit on myself right after I left him that very first note in my apartment that said, "Tag, you're it." He looked up forward out of the windshield to the sky and said, "Do it. Make it quick and clean and light this fucking thing and get the fuck out of the area." Until the very end, he was a damn good sport about it. If the tables would have been turned, I don't think I would have been so nice about it. Boom. In one temple, out the other. I set the gas on fire in the back first and placed the car in drive. I then let it fall onto the gas pedal and the car took off. It strayed to the right a bit, but it was going pretty damn fast by the time it hit the edge. I was walking for about 5 or 6 minutes before the propane tanks exploded. They can handle a bit of heat, I guess. They went off one after another, and the last 4 or 5 of them all went off at once. I got off the highways and started walking the trail back to my area, and that's all how this should have ended, but I'm sorry to say that it hasn't. Mike and I met for the last time at Red Rock Canyon about 6 days ago, and ever since then some really weird shit has been going on. I really don't know for sure if they're all connected. It's obvious that some of these occurrences do, and the pieces that are fitting together are constantly leading back to one thing: the organization I originally hired. But my mind is trying to make everything that has happened to me from the past 6 days, all of them fit together. I fear I'll miss something if I don't make them fit. Something that would end up saving my life, possibly. In the end, I'm just mashing up all of my experiences and clues I've gathered in the past 6 days, trying to find some sort of picture of the game they're playing with me. All I know is ever since Mike and I finished our game of tag, my life has gotten turned completely upside down. Enemies are everywhere, and worst yet, I don't even know who they are, what they like, and what they want from me. I can't trust anybody except for people I knew before I started this game, and in a city with this many people, I don't have a whole lot of options. First off, for the past 6 days, I've been having massive migraine headaches. It literally feels like there's an ice pick slamming onto different parts of my brain with each pulse of my heart. I got regular light headaches every so often like any other person does. They were nothing some Advil couldn't fix. These are different. They're happening every fucking day, multiple times a day, and nothing I could take can get rid of them. I have to wait for them to pass, which takes a few hours. I can barely stand when they happen, and light aggravates them. I even have my laptop screen on its lowest light setting to minimize this. Secondly, 3 days ago I was waiting at a light intersection in Henderson, a city connected to Las Vegas on the south side. The left turn light turned green, but the other lights for people that want to go through the intersection were still red, so I remained stopped, waiting patiently with no other cars in front of me. The first car turning left started through the intersection. Then out of nowhere, a car going at least 60 to 70 miles per hour barrels through and T-bones the car. The car that was T-boned while turning spun a few times but ended up on the other side of the intersection, finally stopping on the corner of the sidewalk to the left from my position, while the other car that sped through the light barely made it through the intersection, coming to a grinding halt as its engines dropped and the front end completely caved in. Everyone slammed on their brakes and the intersection was pretty much wide open, so I hit the gas and drove through and parked my car in front of her with my right side wheels up on the curb. I jumped out of my car and ran to hers, praying she was okay, and attempted to open her driver's side door, but it was also caved in where the other car had impacted, so the door lock was busted to shit from the looks of it. I ran to the passenger side and unlocked the door through the broken window, seeing the unconscious woman strapped into what looked like a metal death box. I had an unbelievable sense of recognition come over me. I knew I had seen her before, but I have no idea where. Like walking past someone that you've seen shooing at your favorite grocery store, or recognizing someone that jogs around your block in the morning. Only this time you're both standing in line to buy movie tickets. You recognize them and you know you've seen them around somewhere, but you don't exactly know where. I quickly pushed the thought out of my brain in order to focus. I tried getting her out of her seat, but I couldn't access the belt buckle latch attached to the seat as it was completely encased by the caved-in driver's side door. I searched my pockets frantically for my pocket knife and cut through the belt. As soon as that was done, I picked her up as carefully as I could and set her down on the curb just outside the passenger side of her car. Adrenaline is quite an amazing chemical when it fully kicks in and flows through your body. She felt like she only weighed 30 pounds when I picked her up. As I was laying her down on the sidewalk, I saw a little chunk of metal sticking out of her thigh through her tight jeans. It was protruding out about 3 inches, but I have no idea how far it extended into her thigh. I took off my belt. It's funny, I actually referred to it as my lucky belt ever since I got away while running from the cops drunk in college and because of all the other ridiculous situations I've gotten out of while wearing it. It's stretchy with no designated loop, so it can fit around anything as small as a stop sign post to something as big as the fattest contestant of the season premiere of The Biggest Loser. I sipped it under her leg and pulled it as tightly as I could, a couple inches above where the metal was sticking out. Right as I did that, she opened her eyes very slightly and looked at me. Then after a few seconds, she closed them as she blacked out again. I kept my fingers on her neck to feel her pulse, and it was there. Faint, but it was there. I lifted up her leg really quickly to see a round red stain as a pool of blood started gathering underneath her thigh, trapped there due to her skinny tight jeans. Every 30 seconds or so I checked in. Thankfully, it wasn't getting much bigger. Looking back, it seemed like time itself was going so slow as I got her out of the car and tended to her injuries. I completely blocked the world out around me. As soon as I knew she wasn't going to bleed out, I heard the faint sound of sirens in the distance. Reality snapped back as I look around to survey the scene. Mostly, people were just standing around on the opposite side of the street from where I was, some on their phone, presumably to 911, and others just shocked at the accident they had just witnessed. I looked over to see 2 people pulling the man who ran the red light out through his window, his car about 2/3 the length it used to be. Even a bit of the front doors of the car were warped a bit, which explained why they couldn't get them open. It maybe took the paramedics 4 or 5 minutes to get to the scene, but it felt like an eternity. 2 ambulances came flying to our location. One went and parked by the other man's car and one parked in front of mine. I checked her pulse one more time and it was still there. Faint, and it damn sure seemed to be clinging to life, but nevertheless, it was there. As soon as he took her vitals and gave her a quick look over, he asked me for a quick summary of what had happened. I explained and asked if she was going to make it and be okay. To my relief, he said yes and explained she might not have made it if it wasn't thanks to my belt, and the fact that I had left the object in her leg. I learned as a young kid in Boy Scouts never to remove an object that was stuck in a person, as it can lead to even more blood loss, and then very quickly, death. And proper tourniquet placement on the arms and legs to prevent a person from bleeding out. I chuckled a bit inside. Who would have fucking imagined that I would ever put any of this stuff I learned from my first aid badge to use in the real world? He asked if I wanted my belt back, and I told him no, and to attach a note to it that explained that it was her lucky belt now and that it saved her life. We laughed for a quick second as he agreed, and as I turned around, police officers were approaching me. I'm not too big of a fan of cops, but I figured I was not in any sort of trouble as I had just helped secure the victim of an accident. He asked me if I could give a statement as to what happened, and I agreed. He turned around and asked me to follow him to his car to get the paperwork, and I saw the other man sitting up on the stretcher the other EMTs pulled out. He was yelling and slurring his words and acting as any obliterated person would after they had just been in a bad accident. I kept looking at him, and he seemed familiar as well. I didn't recognize him as well as I did the woman I'd helped, but I had definitely seen him before. I heard him shout in a drunken manner at the EMT, "My brakes didn't stop. The brake pedal didn't do nothing. I couldn't stop," he said, extremely drunk. When we continued to the cop car, I gave him my statement. As we were finishing up, another cop came up to the side of him, chuckling a bit, and said, "This guy's BAC was .21, according to the breathalyzer." We also found a half-empty beer can over on the passenger side door. He's saying something about his brakes not working, but he's so fucked up he probably was hitting the gas pedal instead. The officer taking my statement nodded, and the other cop walked off back to the scene as the tow trucks had just arrived. The officer who was taking my statement turned and put the pad and pen on the seat of the squad car. "We're done here," he said in a serious tone, and I turned to walk away. I took a few steps away and I heard him say, "Oh, by the way." "Yeah?" I asked. "I heard you saved that woman's life by slowing the bleeding down until we got here." I turned around and said, "I don't think I saved her by any means. I was just trying to give her as much time as she could get until the paramedics arrived." I was turned around and started walking away and heard him say in a quiet, deep voice, "Seems like you did the opposite for the other guy who flew off the mountain pass on the other side of Mount Charleston a few nights ago. Perfect place to go off, too. Must have been at least 1,000-foot plunge or more." I stopped, dead in my tracks. All the blood that was in my face fled, replaced with a substance that felt cooler than liquid nitrogen. Frozen there, and without turning back around to face him, "Excuse me?" I asked, my very soul not wanting to hear his answer because I knew I was completely fucked. "Oh, nothing. You saved one life and ended another. I think that God would call that even, don't you think?" he said, his voice getting more and more cheerful after each syllable left his mouth, like a proud hunter knowing his prey was cornered with no possible way to escape. Feeling like I was frozen in a block of ice, having nowhere to go, I replied, I can't really say. God hasn't said anything to me yet, but I'll let you know when he does." As I spoke, I literally felt like a dead man walking, like this man behind me was taking the very energy of my soul as he stared at me. He started laughing. "Well, who knows, you may get that chance sooner than you think," he said. And then his voice suddenly going back to the previous deep monotone darkness it was before. "But who am I to say that?" I heard him turn around and take a few steps into his cop car and shut the door behind him. I was just standing there frozen until I heard the car door shut, causing the regular world to return as I slowly walked back to my car. And after this occurred, my laptop I was using to catalog everything I've done so far, check my bank accounts, look at pretty much all my information on it that I needed to stay ahead, started acting up about a week ago. Randomly closing internet tabs, me being in the middle of writing an update on this, and my laptop would shut itself down. And the final straw was my command bar popping up on its own and writing out, "We are watching. We are everywhere," without me touching my computer. They now had complete control of it, and that it's just useless to me. So I had to get a new one and make sure it doesn't get hacked. Anyways guys, looking back at what I just typed, I pretty much wrote a whole fucking prologue to what happened after the game. I'll update if it continues on from here, but don't count on every day. Hey everyone, so sorry for the last story looking like the ramblings of a crazy person. My migraine at the time just kept getting worse and worse, and by the time I was done writing, I couldn't even proofread or even stare at my screen any longer. I was literally shaking with pain, about to just kill myself to get it over with. Don't worry, I'm not suicidal. Well, by suicidal I mean personally killing myself. I guess some would argue that what I did was suicide. In my opinion, it was more of a game, but hey, call me what you want, I honestly don't care. Anyways, I figure I'd leave one last quick update to let you guys know what's been going on, and it might just be the last day of my life. Let me explain. So I took my hard drive I had saved from my laptop I had gotten rid of to a buddy of mine who was a programmer to check for how the hell they hacked into my system. I wanted to keep it because I had some shit on it that had some sentimental value to me, and I didn't want to find all the songs and movies I'd downloaded all over again. Anyways, he transferred the things I still wanted over to my laptop and ran all the files through a program to check for abnormal files or viruses hidden in any of the transferred data. He didn't find any, so I was in the clear there. I didn't tell him what had happened in the past month. He just figured I was busy at work or whatever. He downloaded some security software on my new laptop and gave me a few tips on how to avoid my security from getting breached. I probably should have told him that it wasn't just some random guy hacking my system, but if I got into details it could possibly put him at risk, so I just thanked him and went on my way. As I was getting back to my hotel and going up to my room, I saw a man in a suit standing across the street, just staring at me. I went inside, freaking out, and checked out the window every couple minutes to see if he was still there. After a few peeks of him still looking right at me, he got on his phone and eventually left. Shortly after, I went to a hotel, taking U-turns and backtracking to make sure I wasn't followed. I checked in and went to my room to check it out. I took my bug detector and went around the room. Nothing came up, luckily. As I went outside to get my bags out of my bag, I felt like I was being watched again. I looked around thinking I was just being paranoid, and fucking again there was a different guy in a suit just watching me. Holy shit, how many guys do they have watching me this time? And why haven't they all just killed me already? Well, I'll find out soon enough. I went into my room and started thinking about everything that had happened since I killed Mike. I started thinking about the car crash I'd seen and the people I saw in it. After thinking for hours, the girl in the car that was T-boned. I did know her. She worked in a different branch for the company I used to work for. She didn't work in my building, and I didn't even know if she worked in the same city since my company was in several different states. But I was sure I've seen her in my office dropping papers off to my boss. Why her though? Was it a fluke? And then I thought about the cop afterwards. No one was around when I killed Mike. There was no report on the news about it. I wore gloves so there wouldn't be any prints, and I torched the whole fucking car. What the fuck is going on? Fuck it, I had no idea, and I'm dead anyways. I went to my computer and opened it up to look at a good bar to get fucked up at. Another command bar was open and it said, "We need to talk. Sunset Park, tomorrow, 8 p.m. Go to the southeast corner, come alone. If you pull anything, you will be shot. Don't be stupid." Well, fuck it, they know where I am. Anywhere I go, they have people everywhere, and I'm willing to bet they'll go to any length to find me. Maybe they just haven't killed me yet because they want a private place where it'll be easy to do it and to dispose of my body. I can't run anymore. I don't want to run anymore. I had the time of my life and now it's not fun anymore. Oh well, I'll see what they want. And I'm gonna go get shit-faced and have a good time. Goodbye, everyone. And in the words of the famous Ron Burgundy, stay classy. Hey everyone, this is part 2 to the day I hired a hitman story. If you haven't watched it, none of this will make sense to you and I highly recommend you go watch it. It's a long video, but it's worth the time, I promise. Click the annotation on screen or I'll have a link in the description. Let's begin. Hey everyone, I'm typing this out not for you guys, but mainly for me. I need to vent a bit and there's not many people I can talk to about this. The organization I'm working for has gone through YouTube numerous times and granted me authorization to write this. It seems not many authorities prowl through YouTube, and when they do, it's on their own time. A lot of shit has been going on in my life lately, and at the end of the day I believe I was able to turn it around and actually do some good for this evil fucking world we live in. Anyways, let's just get to the story about how I was forced into this new line of work, how I was forced to become a hired gun. There are entities, both living and non-living, that have power and control like you couldn't even imagine. Even now, after seeing everything I've seen, it's hard for me to grasp. It's hard for me to believe. Those conspiracy theory nuts really aren't too far off, I've come to realize. Things are more connected behind the scenes than you could even imagine. These entities are completely invisible to the normal person until it lets its presence known to you, or you worm your way into its territory. Either of these scenarios end the same way. Once you stumble upon things of this magnitude, you end up joining, or you end up dead. Simple as that. These people are everywhere. Politicians, CEOs, lawyers, businessmen. They're able to see all, control anyone they want, and the scariest part, anything is obtainable. Anything. Again, I'm rambling. Let's pick up where I left off last time, shall we? I arrived at Sunset Park, about a 10-minute drive from downtown Vegas, around 6 p.m. I was walking around the area where these people wanted me to meet them until I saw a woman in a suit leaning against a tree. She had glasses on, but I could feel her staring at me, her gaze studying my movements and piercing my body like a knife. I walked up to her with my hands behind my back, my right hand inches away from my 9mm that was tucked in my pants under my shirt. As soon as I approached her, she said to me, "You have a 9mm tucked in your pants. I'd advise you not to pull it out." I was stunned. She was very good at picking up visual cues from people. She smiled as my facial expression showed that she was correct. I continued walking toward her, trying not to show my fear that this may well be the end for me. A light breeze blew through the park as I approached. I smiled a bit and said, "Well, aren't you an intuitive little thing? Tell me, what's stopping me from pulling out my gun and blowing your fucking brains out?" I tried sounding like I had some sort of control over the situation, but that was the furthest thing from the truth, and she knew it. "I have a sniper trained on you right now. If you attempt to make a move for your gun, you'll have your head blown clean off your body in less than half a second." I pulled my arms from behind my body and folded them in front of me. "Good. You seem to have some brains after all," she said, smirking a bit. That smug fucking face reassuring me that I was in no position to do anything, like a dog's owner smiling as it obeys a command. "Enough of the bullshit. You called me, I came, now what the fuck do you guys want?" She gave me a signal to follow her. In the distance I saw a park bench void of any human activity. I followed her while lagging a bit behind, attempting to survey the situation a bit. It was no use though. I was way out of my league, and that fact devastated me. I hate having no control of situations I'm involved in. We both sat down, facing each other on opposite sides of the bench. She took off her sunglasses. Beautiful, green eyes shone to my view. wore out from the troubles of her past and obstacles in her future. We have a proposal for you, Mr. I'll leave that out. Call me Tyler, I said. Okay, Tyler. Well, let me give you the short version. You poked the wrong bear, and furthermore, you killed one of our operatives. This wouldn't be a problem if you hadn't hired a fucking hit on yourself just for some amusement. Now we're down a man, and that's very serious in our line of work. We value each of our employees and the skill sets they possess. Now, I'll ask you one time. Rather, I'll tell you one time. You will join our organization for a limited amount of time to replace the operator you disposed of. That, or sometime in the next 12 hours, you will be disposed of. I started laughing, that smile returning to my face that I hadn't seen since the last time I saw Mike. I wasn't laughing because something was funny. It was one of those laughs where something is seriously fucking wrong and there's no other emotion to convey how fucked up the situation is. She glared at me like this was some kind of fucking joke, like my life was just a joke. Well, I don't have much of a choice now, do I? Smart man, she said. Follow me, details will be discussed with you further. We walked towards the parking lot where I saw a black Bentley with dark-tinted windows pull up. It was brand new, not a scratch on it. Looking at the back of it, I see that it has CA exempt plates on it. As I got into the car, she put her hand up to her ear and said, "Stand down, he's cooperating. Return to Point Delta at 22 hours. She started getting in while looking at me. Could you please remove the 9mm from your pants, unchamber the round, and remove the magazine, please? You're not planning on taking it from me, are you? No, sir, it's just a precaution. I'll do it with mine if it'd make you feel better, she said. I don't really care. It seems you have no intentions on killing me, as you could have done so already, and why would you scuff a pretty car like this with my brain matter? She smirked again. You seem to have good intuition. You should fit right in. And so we drove away and headed out of town towards the state line, not knowing what was ahead of me, but too tired and worn out to even care. We arrived in LA about 4 hours later. Having no idea where I was, it was too late to turn back now. Shit, it was too late to turn back the moment I arrived at the park earlier that day. About 20 minutes after we arrived in LA, the woman handed me a folded up bandana, speaking for the first time since I got in the car. Put this on to cover your vision. We do this as a precaution to all new members to ensure the security of our black site. Fine, I said, while tying it behind my head. Am I ever going to know the location of this place? Yes, it's one of our central hubs that serves our needs for a lot of activities. Once we know you're dedicated and have the means to get a job done, we'll let you in on everything, she said. By the way, what's with the CA exempt plates on this thing? I said, while looking into total darkness as the blindfold covered my eyes. I guess I can tell you now. We are part of a larger organization contracted by the government. My heart fucking dropped. What the fuck was this lady on about? The government contracts fucking Hitman agencies? I heard her chuckle under her breath. I guess my face gave away my emotional state again. I see that you didn't expect that. Yes, we are a sub-branch of a larger organization that does military work inside the states for certain organizations in Washington and for major corporations that need others to do the dirty work for them. Like the CIA, FBI, and Department of Homeland Security, I said, eagerly waiting for her answer. Who contracts us is classified to you, and most of all, isn't your concern. Just know that we don't work directly for the government, we just receive funding and support from certain agencies. What the fuck are you talking about? You're a goddamn Hitman agency. You can't possibly expect me to believe that you people are a paramilitary branch of the government, I said, my words coming out of my mouth faster than I could even think. She chuckled again. It's more complicated than you can comprehend at this moment. Our Hitman division is only an extremely small branch of what we do as a whole. The hits people request are given to our operators as a side job for those who request them. It's a way for certain employees to earn a chunk of extra cash on the side while at the same time obtaining skills that improve our other operations. My face was probably priceless at that moment, just the pure disbelief at what I was hearing. If I hadn't heard it from a credible source, I would think I was talking to a nut job. So, the government, or whoever the fuck pays the bills, allows you people to do this shit? It's not that they approve us to do it, she said. It's more like they look the other way during these activities. After all, everything we do is looked down upon by most of the government. We scratch their back and they scratch ours. We provide a necessary service to them, and in return they ignore certain activities that give us extra funding as a group and for individual operators. As she ended her sentence, I heard the driver roll down his window. He said some obvious code words. Opening, I heard a voice say that sounded like it was coming from a speaker. I then heard a gate start to open, metal grinding as it slowly slid open. We're here. Keep your blindfold on until I direct you to take it off. We pulled forward, and then I heard a large garage door start to open. We pulled forward once again, and I heard it close behind me. Now things are going to get real. Now I get to see what my purpose will be and what my future will hold. I heard a door open and the woman get out of the car, followed by a man's voice saying, "So, this is him." "Yes, this is him," I heard her reply. A hand grabbed my arm and helped me out of the car. "You can take the blindfold off now, Tyler." Okay, thanks." I removed the bandana from my face, and what greeted me was a large warehouse, the likes of which I had never seen before. "Okay guys, that's about it for today. I'll continue tomorrow. I gotta get what I've written approved and then I'll upload it. Have a good day, everyone." I had arrived at the warehouse around 5 p.m. or so. As I got out of the car, I was greeted with an amazing sight. On the outside of this warehouse seemed old and rusted from years of being exposed to the elements. Inside, however, was incredibly high-tech, and I could tell not a penny was skimped on purchasing all the latest technology. I was given a quick tour while the lady who I'd talked to earlier was giving me the rundown. Her words were going in one ear and coming out the other as I tried to study every last detail of this massive place. We got to one room and my interest was piqued, as it looked like the goddamn launch room at NASA. A full HD projector was at the front of the room, and behind it were rows and rows of fancy computers streaming with codes and different applications. Each station had a man or a woman in a suit manning them. All of them had headsets on, seemingly finishing up the day's work. I started walking around as the lady who recruited me was in mid-sentence, cut off by my body language showing I was no longer interested in whatever the fuck she was talking about. I was walking around looking at the different monitors, looking at different applications on the various screens that made me think I was on a spaceship. I didn't understand any of it. That was until I got to one man's workstation. Let's call him Mark. Mark was on his headset clicking around on his multi-monitor setup, and I saw something while peeking behind his shoulders on the far left monitor. It was a picture of a little blonde girl. She couldn't have been more than 8 or 9. She had bright blue eyes. She looked a lot like my little sister. It made me smile a little bit. I had to wonder why this picture was on his screen, however. He was on an application. It wasn't like he was on his background or anything. I approached closer and tapped on his shoulder. He turned around and looked up at me, seemingly intrigued with what I was inquiring about. "Can I help you?" he asked with an upward inflection in his voice. "Yes, you can. I just started here. What's with the picture of the little girl?" I asked confidently, as if I had just been hired to run the fucking place. He gave a quick glance to the woman who brought me here, seeing if it was okay to talk to me. A quick nod of her head, and he continued. "It's a picture of a little girl that went missing 2 weeks ago. The mother thinks she knows who has her, but unfortunately the police were no help," he said. "So we have a search and rescue squad in this place or something?" I asked quickly. No, sir. She had a hit put out on the guy. It's her old boss, a high-ranking banker who she used to work for, apparently a really sick fuck. She sent us the picture in hopes that we might run into her at his place once we take care of the guy. Something happened inside of me right then. A kind of feeling that I can only describe as fate screaming in my face. I was supposed to be here. I was supposed to talk to this man, and I was supposed to ask my next question. Are there any other operators on this case already? No, sir, he said. It just came in earlier today. The woman had just gathered the funds in order for us to take care of it. I shot a quick glance over at my recruiter. For the story's sake, let's call her Anne. I'm taking this job as my first. Any objections? I said. As a matter of fact, nothing she could say could change my mind on this, even if I had to do it for free. She came over to the computer and asked me to give them a minute so they could talk. She came back up to me where I was waiting for a short time. This job isn't the type of thing I was going to assign to you at first. It's a hit. You know that, right? I'm well aware, I said, my tone hard as stone. Okay, as long as you know. By the way, how come you want this job so badly? I can see it in your eyes, like you knew that girl, she said. She reminds me of my little sister, I said, my eyes becoming heavy and glassy. And I can't stand motherfuckers that have anything to do with harming children. You only have one childhood, one time to be innocent and carefree. People who take that away from them deserve to die, slowly and painfully. I agree. What I'm getting at is even if this man had nothing to do with that little girl's disappearance, you still have to go through with it. You'll have to bear that on your shoulders, she said. She was surprisingly considerate. I realized that. Besides, he's a piece of shit banker. I want to hang his ass just for that. Probably a smug-ass motherfucker. By the way, if any high-up-the-ladder bankers are watching this, no offense, you just happen to really fuck our country and pretty much the world economy, and I don't like your kind. She smiled, and I went back over to the guy's station, ready for the details of the job and ready to pop my hit cherry. As I sat down in an empty chair a few feet away from the man, a printer went off in front of me. It started spitting out information, maps, and schedules of my target. I started smiling again, contemplating my future and the fact that maybe I'd actually want a permanent job here. My thoughts broke when Mark walked in front of me and grabbed the papers. He returned to his desk, labeling some of the files and ordering them to make it more accessible for me. He grabbed a manila folder in one of those drawers and put the stack of papers in it. Ah, how that folder brought back memories of how I got into this whole mess. He handed it to me with a serious face before saying, "Good luck." I stood up and followed Anna's cue to follow her. We exited the room and started walking down a very long, white hallway. She turned her head slightly to speak to me. "When do you want to do this job? Tomorrow would probably be best so you can get your head straight and focus." "Tonight," I shot out. "It's already 6:30, she said, stopping to see if I was serious. "You want to take care of this in the next few hours?" "Yes," I said. "I want this fucker now." I gave her a quick wink. My bloodlust for this man isn't going to quell until he's dead. She chuckled a bit. "Well, if you say so. It's not like it's your first time killing someone." Flashbacks hit me like a brick wall. Everything that had occurred in the past month or so came flooding into my brain like a summer monsoon. "You okay?" she asked, looking at me as I was lost in my own brain. "Yeah, I'm fine. You guys got an armory around this building?" She smiled, that grin coming back to her face that I'd seen earlier returned for a moment. "Yes, I'll show you the way." "After you," I retorted. I had brought none of my weapons with me since I was pretty much swept away to LA without a second's notice. We arrived at a steel door, a man behind a clear bulletproof glass window eyeing me as we approached. "Hey Stan, can you let us in?" she said. "Sure thing, Anne. Who's the new kid?" he asked hesitantly. "Mike's replacement," she said quickly. A weird mix of hatred and amazement washed over his face. I stared into his eyes, knowing this man had known Mike. "Sorry," I muttered softly. No words had to be exchanged, I already knew. "Were you friends?" I asked quietly. "Drinking buddies, really. No one is friends around here. After all, we're not technically supposed to know each other." He went out after pounding half a bottle of Jack, just to let you know. His scowl turned into a slight smile. He would have wanted it that way, muttering to himself with a gleam of remembrance in his eyes. Suddenly, he pushed a button and the door slid quickly open, revealing a sight that struck me with pure awe. Rows and rows of guns, ammo, and high-tech special ops gear glimmering in the fluorescent lighting. "Take your pick," Anna said, smiling while looking at my face. I wish I could have seen my reaction, probably only rivaled by a little kid arriving with his parents for the first time to a candy store. I started walking down the aisles, admiring at the massive collection of big kid toys that were in stock. "We have a strict protocol when checking out guns and gadgets," she said. "I'll update you with everything after you get back from your job. For now, just pick out what you want and I'll handle the paperwork when you get back." "Sounds good to me," I said. A short summary of everything that I got. 2 handguns, 2 suppressors, night vision goggles, a box of ammo, 4 extra mags, a black backpack, bolt cutters, a burglary kit, rope, black gloves, a military-grade knife, a military-grade axe, 3 flash grenades, a medical kit with EPI pens, and a slick black suit that seemed to be tailored just for me. There were a few other odds and ends. I just don't feel like diving into my memory and trying to type all of the items out. I headed for the door again. "You're planning on having quite a night tonight, aren't you?" Anne said, quickly following behind me. "If I get my way, yes. Yes, I am." The last few words trailing off under my breath. A metal box opened up underneath the glass window on the inside of the armory. Inside of it was a clipboard with a handful of papers clamped down on it. "I'll take care of the boring stuff for now. Just sign here saying that you were the one who checked these items out." I signed quickly, eager to get this started. "Stan, I'll be bringing this back tomorrow morning when I get in. I gotta show the newbie the process," she said. Stan gave her a quick nod and the door opened up. I flew out of it before realizing I didn't have a car at the moment. I turned around to look at Anne, not noticing me while flipping through the paperwork attached to the clipboard. She looked up at me. "Yes?" "Car. I need a car," I said, stuttering a little bit. "Oh, yes, that had slipped my mind. Follow me again." She led me around a few corridors out into what seemed like the back of the warehouse. We went through a door into a large indoor garage filled with black cars and SUVs of all shapes and sizes. "Take your pick, except for the ones that are parked inside the red boxes. Those are on reserve by some of the top officials." I nodded quickly before running around the lot like a spoiled teenage girl getting her first car from mommy and daddy. I walked up to a set of black Bentleys, both black from head to toe, each with a set of government plates. I pointed. "This one," I said with a huge grin on my face. Anne laughed. "I see you have an eye for luxury, huh?" "I suppose," I responded. She went over to a large metal rack and looked up to the spot it was parked in. As I approached her, she threw me the keys. "Don't fucking scratch it," she barked at me as I ran back towards the car. Yeah, I hollered back from across the lot. I opened the trunk and put everything in there, ready to get the night started. As I headed for the garage door, I noticed Anne waving me to drive over to her. I rolled down the window and stopped right beside her. Here's the address to where you're going to meet me when you're all done with this. She handed me a cell phone with an address written down in the default notes app. We'll be meeting you here 20 minutes after you call us to retrieve the car and take you back here to return the gear. I gave her a quick nod. As I was about to roll the window back up, she put a hand on it. I don't have to remind you that we won't think twice about putting you 6 feet under if you happen to ditch us. We normally need to build up trust with new operators before sending them out. However, I have an inclination that you won't be going anywhere, she said, looking me dead in the eyes. I know, I said. I'm not going anywhere. She took her hand off the windowsill and the garage door started to open. I sped off, a setting sun illuminating a pink and purple sky greeting me as day turned into night. I parked at a local pizza joint to look over the notes. I grabbed a slice to eat while reviewing everything in the file I was given. We'll call the guy Ralph. Ralph was a high-ranking banker at a major bank in downtown LA. The type of guy who spent 5 years getting promotion after promotion over guys that had been with the company for 20 years just because he was born into a family with connections. The type of rich douchebag that acquires a sick and twisted taste of erotic things as soon as he secures a position of wealth and power. The file said that he had made multiple advancements on the woman who took the hit on him, raping her one of the times. A complaint was filed on her behalf only to be told by the higher-ups to shut her fucking mouth if she wanted to keep a banking job anywhere around the entire West Coast. A man with connections indeed. It also said that he had mentioned something about tasting her little girl as well. This made me sick to my fucking stomach, yet I was smiling. Smiling because this rich fuckface had no idea what was coming to him. The worst night of his life would be his last as well. No kids, and a young 20-something-year-old girlfriend who was on a trip to Hawaii at the moment while he was finishing up work before taking a vacation himself. After I had read enough and had a game plan, I started taking off. I noticed I had only eaten half of my pizza. I was so excited and nervous that I didn't have much of an appetite. The sick things I was going to do to this perverted fuck. Just thinking about it makes me smile. One less sick fucking scumbag on the earth to hurt people. I was either going to make him suffer just a bit if I found the threats to the woman's daughter were empty scare tactics, or make him feel the pain of 1,000 medieval executions if I found the evidence to the contrary. I set out around 8 or 9 p.m. to get started. I passed by the mansion community that he lived in, guards checking in guests before they could enter. Security wasn't terrible, but it would be easier and more beneficial to sneak in. I found a spot about a quarter mile away and parked the car. I made my way, backpack in hand, to the back brick wall of the community. Shrouded by darkness, I hopped the wall and made my way to the man's house. The house was dark, vacant, it seemed, of any human activity. I used a bump key to get into the garage door that led from the side of the house. No cars were in there, neither was one in the front. I checked the door leading into the house. It was unlocked. I slid right in and gave myself a tour of the place while making myself at home. I tried to make it quick, making my way through while tipping over expensive shit like lamps and vases because why the fuck not? The guy is a disgusting prick. I entered one room and saw something that caught my interest. It had a few teddy bears, and upon closer look, the dresser drawers contained children's clothing. This guy didn't have any kids and was definitely not the type to have a niece or nephew stay the night. It was all just off. I could feel it. In the closet I found a tripod and an accompanying HD camera to go with it. It gave me the chills. Something was not right about this. Just as I closed the closet door, I heard a car pull up while headlights illuminated different sections of the house as he turned off the street and onto his driveway. It was go time. Time for this motherfucker to pay. I watched for a moment out of the second-story balcony as he stumbled out of his car to the front door. He was definitely drunk, which is good. Makes an easy target. I exited the bedroom and grabbed a signed baseball bat that was hanging in the hallway. I made my way down to the double front doors. Just as I hid out of sight in the corner, he put the keys in the lock. The door opened halfway and he staggered inside. He kicked the door shut behind him and started walking towards the stairs. "Hi, Ralph," I said quickly while raising the baseball bat to my side. His eyes widened like a deer in the headlights, realizing that someone was inside of his house who wasn't supposed to be there. Before he could do anything, I swung and knocked him straight on the side of his head, slightly above his temple. He hit the ground instantly, letting out a mix between a grunt and a whimper. He turned his head slightly, trying to get a good look at me. I pulled the rope out of my backpack and tied him up as tight as I could. Those knot tying lessons in Boy Scouts really came in handy now, didn't they? I got him into the guest bathroom downstairs and tied him up to the sink. He was fading in and out of consciousness, but he was starting to come to. I put a gag in his mouth and duct taped it shut, then searched his pockets. He was looking at me, his eyes not quite able to focus on me or what was going on as I leaned down and lifted up his chin. I looked him right in the eyes. "Hey, Ralphie, buddy, how's it hanging?" The only thing I could hear was his muffled attempts to speak, probably to plead with me, telling me to take what I want and leave. "Don't worry, buddy. I'm not here to rob you. I'm here for something else," I said in a cheery, upbeat tone. "I'm here for her," as I pulled out a picture of the little girl. His eyes widened, showing the realization of understanding what was going on, knowing how fucked he actually was. More muffled pleads followed. "You don't happen to have her, do you, buddy?" A shake of the head told me no, but I knew he was full of fucking shit. After all, he's a goddamn executive banker. See, here's the thing. I don't really believe you. I have a few sources that say you do have her. His eyes dropped to the tile floor below, refusing to look at me. I picked his chin up again and stared into his eyes. "Look, man, I'm going to level with you. This will go a lot quicker for you and me if you just tell me where she is." I ripped the duct tape out of his mouth for a quick second. "I don't have her," he said, the desperation gushing from his mouth. I hit him straight in the nose a few times and heard a break, the crunch slightly muffled by his cries of pain. "See? I don't believe you. Like I said, I know you have her. I guess I'm going to have to go look for her. You sit tight." I chuckled a bit. "Oh, who am I kidding? You're not going anywhere." My happy-go-lucky smile slowly destroying his soul, the situation he was in seeping into him bit by bit. I put the duct tape on his mouth again and secured him even tighter to the sink, his hands and feet bound tightly as to make sure he couldn't escape. I searched all around the house to no avail. I even searched the attic and didn't find anything. I was checking out one of the upstairs rooms in the back of the house again and looked out into the backyard. I saw a huge shed that was more of a guest house than a shed sitting on the opposite side of the pool. I went downstairs and opened the bathroom door once more. "I'll be right back, buddy, just gotta go check something out," giving him a small wink as I shut the door again. I went out to the backyard and walked towards the shed. An ominous feeling hit me as I grabbed the door to open it. I opened the door to see a beautiful project car sitting inside. It was a '69 Mustang GT Cobra, I believe. There was only one floor with multiple rooms in it, one filled with gardening tools and supplies and the other filled with mechanic tools to work on the car. I searched around and found nothing. I was about to give up when I saw something that caught my eye on the floor. A cardboard mat laying under the car, presumably to keep oil stains from staining the pristine tiled floor. I removed it and got on my hands and knees to look under the car. Something caught my eye again, a little outline of what looked like an entrance to a lower level. I looked around for the keys to the car and found them sitting on a shelf next to a few other items. I got in the car and opened the garage opening, then I pulled forward to see what was underneath the car. As I got out and looked back into the garage, my suspicions were confirmed. It was a small trapdoor looking entrance to a lower level. The only thing identifying that it was there was a small outline where the door met the tile. I walked over and pried it open to find a staircase leading down to the dark pit below. I started walking down to see what this motherfucker was hiding down there. I hit the bottom of the stairs, feeling the whole time for the light switch or something. I finally found one, lighting up the whole room and lighting up the most disturbing scene I'd ever witnessed. It was something straight out of a fucking horror movie. It looked like a dungeon. A few cages along with both small and large shackles. It was inside those cages that shook me to my very fucking core. The little girl I had seen on the computer screen earlier that day was in one of them, her once bright blue eyes now dim with fear and anguish. As she saw me, she scooted herself up into the far corner of the small cage, afraid that I was someone else that was going to hurt her, or worse. As I stood there in utter shock, I saw movement to my left. I turned my head slightly to see another girl, a little brown-haired girl that looked like she was of Mexican or South American descent. My eyes started to water uncontrollably, and I'll admit it, I started crying. No human could do this, especially to little girls. Only fucking monster or a beast could do this. "Don't worry," I said, staring the blonde little girl in the eyes, talking with the quietest high-pitched voice I could muster up. "I'm not here to hurt you. I'm going to get you out of here." I looked around to find the keys, and to no avail, they weren't down here. "Hold on, I'll be right back, okay?" She gave me a quick little nod, not knowing whether she could trust me or not. I ran back in the house to grab the bolt cutters in my backpack. I grabbed them and passed by the bathroom. I opened the door quickly to see Ralph struggling to get the rope untied, but failing miserably. His eyes widened wider than they had ever been, I'm sure, as he saw me there holding the bolt cutters. "Oh, don't worry, you motherfucker, I'm not using these on you quite yet." A quiet whimper escaped through the duct tape as I closed the door. I ran back to the shed, or garage, whatever the fuck it was, out back and flew down the stairs. As I entered the little girl's view, she crawled back into the corner of the cage, I'm assuming because she thought I was going to use the bolt cutters on her. That just wanted me to make that fucking monster inside die even slower. I approached the cage and started clipping the cage bars one by one. It looked like a makeshift enclosure, maybe 2 or 3 large dog kennels welded together. As soon as I could pry it open, I tossed the bolt cutters to the side and reached my hand in. "Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. You're safe now," I said, trying to smile and sound reassuring. She reluctantly grabbed my hand and I pulled her out, hugging her tightly, and I whispered in her ear that she is safe now, and that I was going to get her home to her parents. I set her down and knelt down to her level. "I'm going to get your little friend out now too, okay? So please, stay tight until I get her out." She gave me a little nod that she understood, and I started working on the other little girl's cage. I looked around at the other few cages, knowing at one point in time they were used for other little kids, maybe even in their teens, that were held here and never left. Alive, at least. I pried the other cage door open and grabbed the other girl's hand. I gave her a big hug and also told her everything was going to be okay. I set her down, and I'll never forget what happened next. They hugged each other, tight, not wanting to let go. To each other, they were probably the only thing that made the situation a little bit brighter, able to talk to one another in the pitch black and pass the time. I touched each one of them on the shoulder and told them I was going to get them home now. They each grabbed one of my hands and I led them out of that hellhole. As much as I wanted to tear that man inside to fucking pieces, I needed to get these little girls to safety first. I called up Anne and gave her the lowdown. I asked her if she could come pick up the girls and take them to the police station. I called the front gate and acted like Ralph, letting them know that I was expecting a visitor. 20 minutes later, Anne arrived. Before putting them in the car, I knelt down again and said, "Okay, you guys, this nice lady's name is Anne, and she's going to take you back to your parents. Now, be good and remember that the bad man that brought you here is gone forever. He can never get you again, okay? You guys are brave little girls. I want you to know that." They nodded, understanding that they were finally out of that place, their eyes finally gaining a bit of light knowing it was over. I gave them each a big hug and set them in the car. The little blonde mumbled something and I leaned in and asked her, "What was that?" With all the strength she had in her, she whispered, "Thank you," into my ear. That was it. I started fucking bawling. "You're welcome, sweetie." The other little girl slid over and gave me another hug. I nodded and said, "Now, you be good." Another few little nods and I shut the door. I approached the driver's window. Anne was looking at me and said, "You did a good thing, but what about you-know-who? Is he still in there?" "Oh yeah, he's still in there, and he's about to be in fucking pieces in about 10 minutes. She nodded and said, "Okay, just call me when you're all finishing up and try not to leave too much of a mess for the cleaning crew, okay?" "Alright," I said. "Just get these little ones to the police station and say you found them wandering around or something. I'll figure it out. Have fun." I just nodded and waved bye to the girls as they drove away, seeing them wave back to me as they rounded the corner out of the neighborhood. I slowly walked back inside the house. It is now around 1 in the morning or so. Ralph was still trying to make it out of the ropes, his wrist bloodied with rope burn. I opened the door and grabbed my backpack that was laying on the ground. "Come on, motherfucker, we're going to have some fun now." I slammed his head against the sink and then untied the ropes that were restraining him to the sink. I led him outside the house and into the garage. A look of horror came over his face when he saw the trap door was open. "Yeah, you motherfucker, I found them. They're gone now, and you're not ever going to bother them again." I shoved him down the staircase. He tumbled down like a rag doll. He was defeated, and he knew it. He knew that's the last time he was ever going to see the outside again. I used some of the chains to chain him into the middle of the floor and went back up to close the hatch. More useless whimpering came out from where the duct tape was resting on his face. I ripped it off again and threw it to the side. I wanted to hear him scream and beg for mercy. The mercy he never even thought twice about giving the countless people he held down here. "Please, I was forced to do this. It wasn't my fault, I swear." He kept on and on. I grabbed his broken nose and twisted it sideways, the pain instantly transmitting to his brain. "We're just getting started, my friend. Karma's a bitch." He slumped down, looking like a sorry-ass sack of potatoes. "Please, God," he pleaded. "Please let me live. I don't want to die." I popped a cap to one of those EPI pins and jammed it into his leg. While injecting it into him, I looked him into his eyes once more and said, "I'm the only God with you right now." I'm warning you right now, shit is about to get real and very fucking graphic. I'm not sparing a single detail with what happened, what I did to that sick fuck. So if you're not very good with gore, I'd suggest turning back now. I took my 9mm and screwed a suppressor on it. I held up his right foot. Boom! 3 shots in between his ankle and his Achilles tendon. I did the same for his left foot. I then threaded my remaining rope through the holes and hung him from the piping on the ceiling. While he was hanging there upside down, I took the bolt cutters and severed the tendons on the back of his knees. His screams were music to my ears, each one retribution for a horrible act he had committed in this very room. I then pulled out my gun and popped 2 rounds into each one of his kneecaps. One of his Achilles snapped under the weight, and with it came a cry of pain. Before the other one snapped, I used the bolt cutters to cut it halfway through, letting the rest snap under his own weight. I stripped him down to his boxers, him laying in a mess of his own blood and sorrow on the concrete floor. I stomped his balls until one of them felt like it burst. I took my other API pen and injected it into him. I wanted him to suffer through this. I wanted him to feel every last fucking nerve being severed in his body. I picked the bolt cutters up and laid him on his back. I put them under his boxers and positioned his dick in between the edges. He looked down at what I was doing for a quick moment and yelped out a quick no before I sliced his dick off. Instantly, he started bleeding even more. Finally, I put my gloves on and found his severed dick. I picked it up and forced his mouth open. I shoved it in there and taped it shut. He was going to eat his own fucking dick, just like I'm sure he's made other people do. I sat against the wall watching the life drain from his eyes. Lastly, I went back up the stairs and grabbed some fuel from the garage. I slowly poured it all over his body, getting it in all of his wounds. I packed up what I had left into my backpack and put it on. You brought this on yourself. I hope you fucking understand that in your last minute of life. Worthless fucking scum. I spit on him and then led a fat trail of gas to the beginning of the staircase. I set it ablaze and watched as the flames engulfed him, swallowing him whole. He was going to be taken from hell on earth to actual hell. As he wailed and screamed, I ascended the steps. I called Anne and told her it was done, and that I was on my way, and then I closed the hatch, hopped the wall, and left. All evidence was cleaned up by a disposal team within the next hour. I kinda feel bad for leaving such a mess. Well, that's it for tonight, everyone. Some of you may think I'm a fucking psychopath who has real problems. Others may think my actions were justified. I think he had it coming. He deserved every last fucking second of that night. I may see him in hell one day. Who knows? I will have to pay for my sins one way or another. All I know is that karma's a bitch. I was just the person who happened to deliver that karma in this instance. This was the most brutal case, but it was my first. One more sick motherfucker is off the planet, and I say good riddance. Until next time, everyone. Until next time.
I was hired to murder myself. I've always enjoyed killing, and I blame it on my farm childhood. Calling it a farm is a big stretch. I grew up in a shack on a rural area, having only my father and sister around. He never mistreated us, but he was stiff and relentless on his beliefs. For him, there was no such thing as male or female. Everyone under his roof was, by default, a hunter. Back when we were really young, he would leave us home alone for hours and hours. He first took me hunting when I was 3. I never thought rabbits and squirrels were cute. They were always prey. I first hunted a deer when I was 10. I was limber and had developed a strong body. Dana, my sister, was never a huntress. She was great at hiding. So she hid. At first, Dad was angry, but I hunted so well that I did more than enough for both of us. Besides, Dana was good enough to manage herself, catching smaller animals. She was outstanding at fishing with her own hands due to her quietness. But she never enjoyed any of it. Dad died when I was 13. He was caught by a bear and kept screaming,
"Shoot it! Shoot it, you fucking bitch!"
I only had 2 bullets left, and I was too worried. So the first missed and the second wasn't enough to take down the bear. Dana grabbed my hand and we ran like the wind. I'm honestly not sad for my father's last words to me. He was desperate and being eaten alive after all. I forgave him in a heartbeat. Who I never was able to forgive was myself for failing Dad. We were taken to a foster family after that. Dana soon adapted to having a normal life, and she clearly was held dear by the couple. I'm grateful to them for having a comfy bed and finally learning how to write and read, but I kept to myself at home. I missed killing things. I went hunting alone every day. The first time, my family was impressed by my ability. The second time, my foster mother muffled cried "The poor ducky." The third, my foster father begged me to give what I hunted to someone else. I started selling it. I made some nice cash and gave everything to my sister's college fund. She was smart and needed the money after all. I just needed to smell the delicious bitterness of fresh blood. By the time I was 18, I married the sweetest man. And it was crazy how we balanced each other's personalities. Him being always so calm and gleeful. Tom was 15 years older than me and a merchant, selling a myriad of things in our small town. He sometimes sold parts of my hunting, the meat, the fur, the heads as prizes. We were happy. We lived 5 great years until he was shot in a robbery. From that moment on, a burning rage lived inside of me. The eagerness to kill took over me. I don't know how to manage a shop, so I asked my husband's brother Stu to take his place in management. But Stu was a drunken and a buffoon. And soon, the shop bankrupted. I was left with nothing. When I learnt about certain shady parts of the internet, I finally realized I could sell my services and satiate my ever-growing bloodlust. I'm famous now. I mean, my work name is. Nobody knows my face. Nobody knows I'm even a woman. My body is small and strong, perfect for sneaking in. I look trustworthy enough for my prey to take me to dinner. Sometimes it's too easy. I have built a name between politicians, and rich cheated wives love me. Of course, my clients are not always from the higher social standings, and they try to bargain a lot. It's not unusual that some broken-ass guy asks me to murder his rich father or uncle, and get paid after I do the job, when he gets his inheritance. I just laugh at their faces and tell them to fuck off, before I murder them instead. Until the day my instincts, told me to keep talking to the guy after he told me his conditions of payment. "I'll inherit some money," he wrote. "But the thing is, I used to have a brother. He's dead now, no kids. But I talked to my attorney and he told me that his widow will get half of my money. So I want to eliminate her." "Sure, just send me her info," I replied for the first time. Because I knew this story. I didn't want to be paranoid and think that it was me. I just felt sorry for the poor woman and maybe would fuck up with the guy. But it was me, my brother-in-law, who was constantly helped by me and my husband after losing everything in gambling over and over again, who ruined our store, and I never said a thing. Now wanted to kill me. No, worse than that. He wanted to hire someone else to kill me, because his coward ass couldn't even do it. I took the job. The next day I went to my sister Dana and asked her something no twin sister should ask the other. "Can you die in my place?" When I take a job, I will finish it, no matter what it takes. So I sent my client a picture of my dead victim, my sister. I was famous for this modus operandi. As I said, Dana ain't a huntress, she's a great hider. So after I forged her death and gave Stu a false sense of safeness, he found my sister characterized as me at his dirty apartment. Dora? What are you doing here?" He was stuttering and sweating. "Just came by to talk a little about the inheritance we're about to get," my sister calmly said, perfectly mimicking my voice and intonation. Stu never knew I had a sister because she lived far away during her graduation. Both me and my husband always kept to ourselves and never had a wedding party, so our families didn't know each other very well. Inheritance? I don't know what you're talking about. He made a poor attempt at lying. Why don't you ask the hitman you hired, Stu? She asked, as I came from behind him, wearing the exact same clothes as her. I gotta admit, it was so much fun to stage this. When he turned to look at me, Stu was pale, and I'm pretty sure he pissed himself. What's going on? What kind of joke is this? That's all he could say before I gagged him. It's your fault that my husband was shot, isn't it? I stabbed him once. I knew very well how to lethally stab someone only once, making a cleaner death, but it wouldn't happen this time. You fucking deadbeat. Your damn loan sharks broke into the store and killed him. You let the store go bankrupt because you were fucking terrified of staying there. He shook his head desperately, trying to deny it, but his eyes told the truth. I never fully realized it until that instant. It was a moment of clarity, and I hated his guts even more. Both me and my sister did what we were best at. She hid, not wanting to see the bloodbath that I was about to cause, and I stabbed and stabbed and stabbed. When the body was found, the police immediately arrested Stu's loan shark. They were investigating him for a long time and just needed one more move to make theirs. They confirmed my suspicions about the loan shark killing my husband. I noticed that with the closure, my bloodlust diminished. I still go hunting most weekends, but I'm done with killing people. Nothing can bring Tom back, but I can move forward, learn new things, work with something else. I still have a lot to live. So let me give you an advice. If you're thinking about hiring a hitman, don't. The best one went out of business. I told you guys about the day that someone hired me to murder myself, but I also had quite a few weird, inexplicable experiences in the years I worked killing for money. I'll be telling some of the most memorable stories here. The oldest of them was when a guy hired me to murder a hitchhiker. My client believed that the target had murdered his wife a few years earlier. The man I had to take down was completely average. White, not very tall, brown hair and eyes, and had a dark green backpack on his shoulders. I followed him into the woods, keeping very quiet. Now, if you already know me, you know that I love being in the woods. That's where I felt at home the most. I love hunting, and I'm great at it. But not in that place. It was like every tree had an evil aura, and they were terribly dense, especially in the top. Even during midday, almost no light filtered through the high trees. Everything was molded and pulsing with life, but in a terrifying way. Because, at the same time, there was no life, no chirping from birds, no distant creaking noises from small creatures walking, nothing. And it was like the entire forest was one demonic entity, ready to swallow me whole. I don't know how to describe it better than that. It was just creepy and immensely uncomfortable. I took cautious steps, more cautious than my usual, but every slight noise I made seemed to reverberate through the whole forest, making my ears ring. Just being inside that forest was deafening, like there was constant humming the human ear could barely capture. After 3 hours of walking, the hitchhiker turned to my general direction and said, "I know you've been following me all the way." I noticed that he was close enough to a cliff, so I just said, "Good," and shoved him down. For a moment I thought it would be that easy. He fell for a good 15 meters before simply disappearing in thin air. I had perfect vision of the bottom, and it was almost an open field, but I couldn't find him anywhere. I had to take a picture of him dead to prove the job was done, so I sighed and prepared to climb down. After I went around 10 meters down, my rope severed out of nowhere. I started falling but was able to grapple a few branches and hold myself, finishing the climber with only the strength of my body. That's when I saw him standing at the bottom, unscathed, like nothing had happened. His eyes were black where they should be white, and bright red in the irises. He had a sinister grin on his face. I used all my might to propel my body in his direction and withdrew my dagger mid-air. This dagger was my favorite because it was pure silver, and I had an instinct to bring it along. I'm sure that I wouldn't be here now if I didn't do that. I used the weight of my body and the surprise factor to knock the hitchhiker to the ground and planted my dagger in his chest. After that, I pierced both his disturbing eyes, took a picture and burned his body. I left the woods running as fast as I could. After his death, the trees around me still had a threatening aura, but somehow weren't as dark and evil. Ever since this episode, I entered countless forests, and none of them was nearly half as terrifying as that one. I'm a killer, and I consider myself a hardcore agnostic, but that night, I prayed to God to keep the aberrations such as the hitchhiker away from me. The next day, I bought a few silver bullets, and I have them with me every day. Hotel Rushmore. Don't mistakenly take my actions for noble. I'm a murderess. I've killed good, bad, and average people. But in this particular case, I know I removed someone evil and dangerous from the world. I was hired by a rival politician. Gregor McCreary was a treacherous man who'd been elected only for his last name. Politics was hereditary for the McCreary, and they were all involved in corruption. Gregor, in particular, was also a known pedophile, but no one dared to do anything about it because of his power. I checked in at the fancy hotel Rushmore during the afternoon. Gregor would be in a conference all day long the next day, so my best chance was to kill him during the night. My clients knew that the target was quite fond of cocaine, so my job was pretty much to make him overdose. The hotel would want to cover the scandal up as much as possible, so I was as safe as a hitman can be. This was supposed to be an easy job. The hotel was beautiful. The entrance hall was ostentatious. The ceiling was amazingly high with a ridiculously beautiful chandelier. The walls were in warm, charming tones, and the lighting was perfect to really bring it all together. My room was immense. The bed bigger than king size, perfectly comfy. The bathroom was in all black marble with a huge shower and the most amazing bathtub. I relaxed in the bath, then dressed up. At around 8 p.m, I was having a drink alone in the hotel bar, which is also stunning by the way. The mirrors in the dim light helped induce into a calm, comfortable inebriation. Besides me, there were just two couples at the bar. I was betting Gregor would come, since I knew his assessors wouldn't let him go out, and that he would hit on me. I don't consider myself to be particularly beautiful, but I'm in perfect shape and I'm young, so that's usually enough. At around 10 p.m, Gregor invited himself to my side and bought me a drink without even flirting. He was disgraceful, a grizzled, balding man with a protruding belly and limbs that were too short. I felt glad that I was the one to make him cross the rainbow bridge to hell. When he spoke, his voice was ugly, full of nicotine and self-entitlement. "Hey beauty, do you like cocaine?" He pushed a glass of wine in my direction, going straight to the point. I laughed internally to the assumption that I'm a fragile woman that needs to drink classily so she doesn't get too drunk. "Sure," I answered, taking a sip. I'm a whiskey person, but this was delicious. Very high quality.
Why don't we go have some in my room?
He asked, putting his disgusting tiny hand in my leg.
Then we can check out the fables this hotel tries to pull to be crazy.
I smiled apologetically and placed his hand on the bar counter. I have to take care of some business first. Why don't I meet you there after midnight? Obviously, I had no business to take care of other than kill him. But an idea started to form. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad that Hotel Rushmore was a self-proclaimed haunted place.
Oh, a powerful woman. Businesswoman. I like it,
he said.
My room is 606.
No, what's your actual room? I asked. I've read the hotel rules. I'm really going.
It's true, beauty. I made a special request. I'll dismiss my crew and be jerking off while I wait for you.
Disgusting, but I guess I was getting close. To fully understand this story, you have to know the hotel's rules. They leave it printed in a fancy paper in every room, and I still keep mine. Here are the rules for the hotel. Welcome to Hotel Rushmore. We are proud to be one of the few hotels in the world with a rating above 5 stars, and also a haunted place. Truly one of a kind. The thrills of being here will really be something else, and you don't have to worry. As long as you follow the rules, nothing can touch you. Number 1. The entrance hall will be closed every day between 3:33 AM and 4:44 AM, and no one is to enter or go out. No exceptions. If you went out and didn't make it back in time, please stay somewhere else during these hours. We'll refund you properly. Number 2. Every night the staff will place salt in front of every room, creating a semicircle. This is for your protection, and you should pay it no mind, for it will be cleaned in the morning when you get up. Number 3. All of our employees have eyes. If you see an eyeless woman in a maid uniform, please refrain from talking to her. She can't steal your body parts if you pretend not to acknowledge her existence. Number 4. If you wake up in the middle of the night feeling observed, ignore it and go back to sleep. Only get up to the bathroom or do anything else when the presence is gone. Number 5. If, however, you wake up in the middle of the night to a single giant yellow eye watching you, don't worry, he's friendly, but has no sense of boundaries. Just turn on the lights and he will understand that you don't want company and go away. Number 6. Never be in the bathtub at 1:11 AM. Ideally leave 10 minutes before this time and re-enter 10 minutes after. Number 7. We do not have writings on the walls. If you see a message, don't read it. Ignore it and walk quickly to your room. You will hear whisperings, but do not turn your head. We won't be able to even retrieve your body if you fail to do so. Number 8. The room 606 and all rooms ending in 13 aren't available. Number 9. Always check out the number of your room on the door before opening it. If the number has changed, do not enter and contact staff. Number 10. We do not have a basement. If an employee invites you to see the basement, you must refuse and walk away from them. If you have salt in your person, throw it at their face and run without looking above your shoulder. Number 11. All our employees have 10 fingers. If you're approached by a member of the staff missing one or more fingers, ignore them. They're very charismatic, and it will be hard to do so. They can appear more than once to the same person, wearing different faces, but always with less than 10 fingers. Do not invite them to your room under any circumstances, nor accept that they enter real quickly to check something out. Number 12. All of our windows are only decorative and can't be opened. If you feel the urge to get fresh air, please refrain from trying to break the window. If the curtains whisper, you should suicide. Please type 2 in your room phone and staff will come immediately. Number 13. If you fail to follow any of the rules above, say a prayer. It will distract you from the pain. At first, I thought it was a bit dramatic, just to make the guests excited. But I didn't want to dismiss it completely because my experience with the hitchhiker had been just a few months prior. It wouldn't hurt to abide by the rules, right? But Gregor wanted to break them, so I could help him do it. I spent a few hours doing nothing in particular, changed to a more provocative dress, and went to room 606 at 12:36 AM. Mine was 7:04, so I took the stairs to avoid being seen. Just approaching room 606 made me a little dizzy. The place had a threatening aura, similar to the one I felt in the woods during my meeting with the hitchhiker. He probably had to bribe someone real good to get that doomed place. He opened the door with a groggy smile.
Come on in, beauty. I thought you were never showing up.
Well, you know how work is, I muttered, entering the room. All the lights were on, but it was darker than it should be. And around every visible lamp, there was a black and greyish halo. So, how did you end up with the haunted room?
Oh, I had to pay real good. And there's no fucking room service. The cunts are too scared to bring anything here.
Did you see something weird? I asked, with almost genuine interest.
Of course not. The thing is a stupid game to entertain the guests. I knew they created this hype just to bold people like me to pay more to see what happens. And guess what? Nothing happens.
Well, the light is weird and darker, I said.
This is bullshit. Let's shoot some.
It may sound weird, but I'm an expert at pretending I did cocaine. This wasn't my first or last politician, and they all loved it. Why don't we check out the bathtub rule? I asked, faking excitement.
Great idea, beauty. Ladies first.
No way. Show me that you're brave and we can do whatever you want, I said flirtatiously. He was convinced. He entered the bathtub at precisely 1:10 AM. We expectantly waited for 1 minute. Mind you, the bathtub was the regular type, not the whirlpool ones, but the water started moving in a weird, frantic way. Ooh, I said.
Hahaha, this is great. Beware of the hot tub.
A woman with green, translucent skin appeared above his chest. His relaxed demeanor immediately turned to fear and pain. Despite her perfectly shaped body, her rat-color hair was ugly and decaying, and she didn't have one of the eyes. The other one was milky and seemingly blind. She had dry algae under her long, rotten nails. She wore a torn-up dress, apparently made from dead fish skin. The stink was really something else. The woman ignored me and dug her long nails in his chest. He screamed for help, but I just watched, not only because I wanted him to die, but also because I feared for my own safety and wanted the ghoulish thing to keep oblivious to my presence. As he bled, a dark green liquid oozed from her fingertips and entered his body. His limbs, head, and torso started to dehydrate and crumble. From the pipes, another woman came. She looked very much like the other, but her skin had more of a bluish tone. When she touched Gregor, his body was slowly sucked to the bathtub drain. He was conscious and screaming the whole time. I heard him say a prayer, and I would laugh if I wasn't completely terrified. I couldn't bring myself to move, so I couldn't take a picture of the job done or leave. I waited in silence until 2:22 AM. That's when the last bit of his body, his leaked left eyeball, disappeared. The blue woman returned to the pipes, and the green woman dissipated in the reverse way that she had showed up. It was over. I went to my room, packed my stuff in less than 5 minutes, and left the hotel. I was refunded and did not accept the payment from my client for the kill that I didn't make. My little brother is kinda cute, but he has to go. Cuddles McBunny told me so. What would you do if you were a grieving mother and found disturbing entries in your now only children's diary? This is the story of a double murder. Sandra Benson had always been a lucky woman, born in a middle-class family. Homecoming queen, beautiful, well-educated, raised by loving parents. After finishing college, she married her high school sweetheart, a smart man that soon made his small business prosper. She was the embodiment of privilege and the perfect white picket fence life. Until her 2-month-old son unexpectedly died. Sandra was one of my first clients. I was still devastated by the premature death of my husband Tom, so I felt a bit emotional about her issue. That is probably why I killed a 10-year-old girl and her pet bunny. My daughter Marcella and her father are visiting his family. I went to grab something in her room and found her diary. Sandra wrote to me. She's 10. I thought it would be cute to read about her life, friends, maybe crushes. I just wanted to be let in, to know my daughter's little world. But what I found was this. I'll transcribe now the most unsettling entries from little Marcella's diary. July 5th, 2013. My mother's belly is so big. Dad says I'll be a big sister, so I have to be responsible. They are spending a lot of time with me, saying that I'll have to be a good girl and share the attention with my little brother. I don't know how I feel about it. Cuddles McBunny tells me that when he had a little brother, he was kicked out. Will I be kicked out? I'm glad Cuddles has me. We got him a few weeks ago, and I love him. July 14th, 2013. My parents don't believe me when I say Cuddles talks to me. I even heard them talking about me when they thought I wasn't listening. Dad said I'm too old for imaginary friends. Mom says it's good that I have one. So, I'm not alone when the baby comes. So it's true. Cuddles would never lie to me. I hate them, and I hate this stupid baby already. July 30th, 2013. The stupid baby is home. It's so tiny and stupid. Cuddles told me anything can break his fragile bones. My parents are holding him all the time. They don't even remember I exist. I wish I could break his tiny bones. Grandma came to help. She's my mom's mother. My other grandma is okay, but she lives far. I hate this grandma though. Her breath stinks. Her food is awful. And she tried to give me a bath like I can't do it alone. I'm 10, you old witch. I just want my parents back. August 3rd, 2013. Everything is only getting worse. A lot of stupid people come here to see the baby. My parents named him Benjamin. Ridiculous. It's a name for old Ben. My Aunt Celia used to bring me gifts and candy, but now she only has eyes for the baby. She's staying for a few days too, and it's like she can't even remember that I'm here. August 12, 2013. Cuddles keeps telling me that I'll be kicked out if I don't do something. I'm sad. I don't know how to make them love me again. The house is so full and nobody cares about me. My routine is so messed up. Mom even forgot to pack my lunch today. I hate her. August 25th, 2013. I'm so sick of this. I was punished because Cuddles bit my grandma's face. I complained to him about my grandma and He stood up for me. Cuddles is my only friend in the whole world and the only one that cares about me. Grandma always makes awful food and never wants to listen to my stories. She only cares about soap operas on TV and stupid Benjamin. Now she's screaming that my bunny will give her some disease or something. I hate her, I hate her, I hate her. September 6th, 2013. My little brother is kinda cute, but he has to go. Cuddles McBunny told me so. He's been teaching me how to defend myself from mean people, and the baby is mean. Cuddles knows everything. He says my life will be good again, and my parents will love me again, and soon forget about stupid Benjamin. Besides, I'll be helping them. They're always complaining about money and how having a baby is expensive. September 19th, 2013. Something funny happened today. Cuddles, my best friend, made Grandma fall from the stairs. I laughed as I watched her rolling down the stairs. She will be at the hospital now. Finally, she's leaving. My mother will cook for me again. Today, we even get to eat pizza. My life will only get better from now on. I love you, Cuddles. You're making everything good again. September 22nd, 2013. I sent the baby away today. Cuddles taught me how to. It was very simple. I just had to put a pillow over his face. Cuddles says that my parents will be mad at first, but soon they will forget about the baby was even here and love me more. The baby will be somewhere else, where he won't disturb anybody. I'm glad for him too. I promised Cuddles that I won't tell anybody else, no matter how happy my parents get after they forget about Benjamin. Will I forget about him too? Please, Sandra typed. I just found out I'm pregnant again. Our family went through so much. I can't have the humiliation of having my 10-year-old daughter institutionalized. I don't want my husband to know what she's done. I just want to give our family a fresh start. Even though I didn't hear her voice once, I could capture the desperation of a mother with a heavy heart. So I accepted the job. I killed Sandra's 10-year-old daughter Marcella and her pet, Cuddles McBunny. To this day, they were never found. I opted to make it seem like a kidnapping. Sandra and her husband seem to eventually have moved on. They've had 2 kids since, and until now, both apparently turned out well. They're just deadly scared of rabbits. I don't keep in touch with my clients, but sometimes I stalk them on social media to find out how it turned out for them. Hey, I'm human too. I'm curious. Everything went out fine, but I sometimes still see a shadow of a giant bunny in the corner of my eye, whispering words of wickedness in my ear. I had to bury my client alive. I was in business for around 3 years and things were good. I was finally getting over losing Tom, and despite being sad for his store bankrupting in mere 2 months without him, I had more than enough money to afford all my needs. I was never one to have friends and I kept to myself. Only my neighbors knew where I lived because it couldn't be helped. I talked to my twin sister Dana every week, but she was living in another state. I didn't give her my home address because it was unnecessary. Having screwed up only once, my reputation as a hitman or a hitwoman was already solid, and my fees were higher than they were when I started. I was turning down a lot of cases too. I just accepted things that weren't a moral hell no to me, and only worked in days in which my bloodlust was particularly high. But I entertained a few people that I would surely decline to work for. Being home alone pretty much every day is dull after some time, so I replied when I got her message. What's your fee? I'm the Antichrist. and I want you to murder me. Well, I know Lucifer is rich as fuck, so I'll charge you X, I replied, X being 9 times my usual fee. It works for me. Shall we meet? I laughed. Sure, why don't you come to my house right now so we can have tea? And I swear to God, there was a knock at my door. I had the heebie-jeebies at the coincidence. I lived in a calm, nearly rural neighborhood. It wasn't impossible that a door-to-door salesperson would come to this place, but it was highly unusual. I looked through the magic eye and saw a young girl. She had a pink hoodie covering most of her face and a seemingly heavy Kipling school bag hanging on her right shoulder. Probably some teenager from the local school, I thought, but my heart refused to stop racing. Maybe they were selling something to make their prom party or something. Hey Dora, it's me, X-Billiel Morningstar from the forum. Please open the door. I know you're looking through the magic eye, she said cheerfully. I didn't know what to do, so I took a baseball bat and opened the door. I let her in and hit her over the head with the heavy object. The plan that instantly took form in my mind was to render her unconscious, tie her to her chair, and ask how the fuck she knew my address. Just after being hit, she turned to me, unfazed. First of all, that's rude. Despite being a target, I'm also a client. Have some respect. Secondly, I didn't even pay you yet. Trigger happy much? She took off the hoodie, and I noticed that she was around 19. Her face was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. Her skin was flawless, and she clearly wasn't wearing any makeup to be like that. Her eyes were bright green, and her silky long hair was dark and shiny like the feathers of a crow. The smile never leaving her lips once, she gently put her bag on a chair. I'm sorry, I murmured. She was cute, delicate even, and spoke in a soft and singing song manner, but her presence was immense. That's okay, Dora. She sat comfortably in the couch, Indian style. Her movements were casual but elegant, and she spoke too calmly and deliberately. You can call me Morningstar. I'm the Antichrist. Forget all the bullshit the religions try to make you buy. It simply means I have the same powers as your boy JC did. But they are destined to be used for evil purposes. You know, the humanity's demise and stuff. I have so many questions right now, I said, noticing that I was murmuring again. She was so overwhelming that I didn't even dare to raise my voice. I know, and I choose you because I know you wouldn't be bothering to ask too many questions despite your curiosity. You like to leave some things to the imagination, and it would be too hard for me to explain. Besides, a female hitman? It kinda rocks. She reached for the backpack and opened it, showing me a shitload of money. It's yours, but it won't be that easy. I never thought that I would believe in such things as the Antichrist. As I said before, I'm a hardcore agnostic, but goddamn, that girl convinced me that she had some sort of otherworldly powers. She showed up at my house out of nowhere, a single moment after contacting me through a shady website. She was hit in the head by me and her reaction was looking bored. Just shortly after explaining why she chose me to kill her, Morningstar seemed to materialize an ancient-looking knife out of nowhere and tried to stab herself. Her hands moved away, preventing her from harming her own body with a fierceness and speed that her petite figure couldn't normally possess. See? I can't directly hurt my own body. Why don't you try? She passed me the knife. I stared at it for a long moment. Is this... Still smiling, she asked, do you like it? It's a Rondell knife. I'll tell you this much. After I realized I had powers that others didn't have, stuff like that just kept showing up in my room. Relics. Did you know the Catholic Church still has executors? Well, they got me on their radar for that, and I kinda made them cry when they came over. Wow. This truly looks old, I said in bewilderment. Come on, stab me. She smiled wider. Her whole demeanor held no malice. She seemed to be genuinely having fun. This is very sharp. Try to tear apart my throat. I obeyed. I made a big cut on the left side of her throat, and her head even hung a little to the right for a second. But the wound closed immediately. In 3 seconds, it was like nothing had happened. Now, she had a triumphant look on her eyes, like a kid outsmarting her older sister when solving a math problem. You know, she shifted in the couch. JC was buried in a cave, sealed by a rock. We're gonna have to do something stronger than this. We left in my car. She knew a proper place where I could bury her, and it was a 3-hour drive. Can I pick the music? She asked, excited like this was an ordinary road trip. Sure, I said, and she put on Roundabout by Yes. It wasn't hard to find the place or make the first preparations. Buying the stuff that I needed and driving there was uneventful, and it seemed like we both just wanted to enjoy the peace and quiet of a country road, extending forever the same under the setting sun. The place that she chose was small and ordinary woodland. The important thing was that no living soul was going to disturb us there. I started digging. Can I ask you one thing? I required. I know you will. She smiled wider again. Morningstar, there is no malice in you. Overall, you're just a regular girl to me. Why do you think you need to be killed? Her face unchanged, she sat over the pile of cement bags. Because I'm afraid of what my followers will do in my name. And no matter how quietly I live my life, they will find me and they will misunderstand me, purposely or not, she sighed. What do you think JC was doing until he was over 30? He wasn't trying to be normal. Maybe he didn't want the burden to save you guys and crap. I don't want the burden to doom you all. I get it, I said respectfully. I know you do. I doubt JC would give himself in sacrifice if he knew what people would do allegedly in his name. She sighed. It was getting dark. Here, I'll light a campfire for you. I was no stranger to digging deep graves. My arms were strong and fast, always had been. And before I knew it, I was done with this part. I kinda wanted to postpone the moment that I would bury Morningstar alive. She was beautiful and nice, and I was used to a much quicker and cleaner death. She jumped inside the void on the earth, always smiling. No matter how I struggle or beg, you cannot unbury me, okay? I choose you because you're tough too. I covered the hole with a shitload of cement and waited. I lost track of time. After the cement dried, I just stayed there all the time. She talked to me a lot. She hysterically screamed for hours, begging me to take her from there. It was a muffled sound, but I'll never know how she was able to do it. I would say, "I'm sorry, I can't," and she would reply, "Good, Dora," very quietly. Then she would tell me a little about her life, but only the parts about being a regular young woman. I told her about my creepiest cases and my biggest screw-ups. She laughed from time to time. You know, I didn't need to ask you what your fee was, right? Her voice was growing weaker each time she talked. Whenever someone catches my eye, I kinda have a file of them. I just wanted to see your reaction. Was it good? I asked. She made a long pause. I think I paid you properly. I'm sure it's been way harder than usual. To kill me, I mean. I'm even a bit afraid that I won't die. I'm really sorry, Morningstar. I know, it's fine. Just sucks that my body's so hard to destroy. She giggled lightly. It would be so fast if I was normal. But then again, if I was normal, I wouldn't need to be here. Morningstar died after slowly suffocating for weeks. I had no idea this much time had passed until I went back to the outside world. I could hear her until I could not. I lied above her grave and didn't leave until she stopped talking, half to make sure the job was done, half to be there for her through her suffering. And how she suffered, her powerful lungs fighting against the crushing weight of the cement, her mouth filled with concrete, but still talking, her body weakening from the starvation and extreme thirst. She chose to sacrifice for you all, us all, in her own way. She didn't want to doom you. You're welcome, humanity.
I'm posting this from a masked IP at a public location. I don't want to be traced for reasons you'll soon understand. I won't give my name, and I won't give my alias. It's too easily recognized in certain circles. I don't want this making its way back to my doorstep in any way, shape, or form. You can call me X. Generic, I know, but that's the point. I was a contract killer, one of the best guns for hire on the East Coast, and I had the clientele to prove it. Greedy skimmers, stonewalling employers, blackmailers, rats, moles, kingpins, even cheating husbands. I've done it all, and at a high price my customers were more than willing to pay for a job done right. I was professional and precise. Methodical. No names, no personal information, no face-to-face contact, no wire transfers, cash only. Anonymity, plausible deniability, and no personal involvement. These practices kept me alive and in business, and they were the reason my name was in such high demand. When I got the call 6 months ago that started all of this, I handled it the same as all the others. This is the transcript. I keep an encrypted database with a kill switch protocol. You never know when the info could save your skin. Now, it just serves to remind me of my mistake. 2013, 7:13 p.m. Tony's Greek Diner in Delhi. Takeout or delivery?
Delivery, please.
House or apartment?
Public. Parsons Place. That's it. Hello?
Location?
Yes. Am I speaking to Mr... Listen, my name is...
No names. Location?
Hotel. 10th floor. Room... Tomorrow night, 8:30 p.m.
Description?
He's an ex-minister from St. Excommunicated for...
Physical description.
Yeah, okay. Okay, he's about 6 feet tall, mid-50s. Thinning gray hair, slightly overweight, and walks with a bit of a limp. He wears glasses, has a scar over his left eye.
100,000 in unmarked bills at the drop point. 4 hours. Your contact knows the place. Be discreet. Don't be late.
Understood.
Listen, this is important. You have to know, leave special instructions with the drop. Line disconnected. I can't stand chatty people. They're bad for business. I don't want to know you, and you don't want to know me. Some people seem to have a hard time grasping this concept. Jesus, I shouldn't have even taken the call. When he fumbled on the password, I should have just cut the line. I wouldn't be in this mess if I had just cut the goddamn line. I could say hindsight is 20/20. I could blame the whole thing on the questionable and the unknowable, but I can't say that I wasn't warned. I just didn't listen. Didn't care to know more than necessary for the task at hand. When I collected the payment, I found more than the usual neatly stacked banknotes in a briefcase. I showed up at my contact's place of business that night, whose name I also choose to withhold, after hours in a safe room below his hardware shop where the real money was made. Shady dealings by the light of a low-hanging lamp. You'd be surprised how many people need a squeaky clean middleman who can keep his mouth shut, and I was one of his most loyal business partners. He slid the package across the desk towards me, a slightly stained gym bag lumpy with its contents. No marks for class or professionalism, but I'm sure it didn't attract any undue attention. I had to give it that much. The condition of the bag did not belie the crispness of the currency either, ruffled and frayed from who knows how many tumbles and turns. Beneath it all, I felt something heavier and more rigid. I dug around and pulled out a small book bound in something that looked like leather and felt like stone. A dusty thing, with pages yellowing at the edges and blackening at the corners. I held it up to the light, confused. "What the hell is this?" I asked. He sat back and lit up a cigarette. "Hell if I know," he huffed. "But I think you'll need to be a little more careful with the jobs you take. This guy was a whack job, all nerves and, well, a real liability." He paused for a long drag on his cancer stick. "Not worth the paycheck, if you ask me. No disrespect, mind you. I just hope it doesn't come back to bite you in the ass." I listened with one ear as I thumbed over the book. It was full of crude drawings, symbols, and a lot of it written in a language I didn't recognize. A letter fell from beneath the front cover as I fanned through the pages, enclosed in fine stationery, and sealed with wax, like something out of the 18th century. I broke the seal and unfolded a note written on some kind of thick parchment. It read, "Mr. We sincerely apologize for involving you in this grim affair, but we've tracked Father for too long and too far to fail now. We require an artful hand and a certainty that only you can afford us. That man's intentions are a profound betrayal and a dire sin, and his death matters more than your life or mine. there exists a world in the shadow of our own. A world of those who would do us harm, who seek a dark eternity for us all. He would loose them upon us. Please know that yours is a vital task, and that a much grander fate rests in your hands. No matter the outcome, we humbly thank you for your service and your sacrifice. Go with God, and may your aim be true. With admiration. This is some cult shit, man. I almost laughed. Is he serious? People don't leave big bags of cash lying around when they're joking, he replied with a shrug. Shaking my head, I tossed the cryptic items aside and got back to business. I gave the cash my usual once-over, a quick flip-through checking for serial numbers and signs of counterfeit, then tossed him a small stack of large bills for his trouble. I didn't bother with a meticulous count. That was his job, and I trusted him. We'd had a lucrative arrangement for several years, and he wouldn't jeopardize the loss of my business, let alone his life, over such a petty sum. With a mildly annoyed tip of the hat, I took my leave to make preparations. I almost made it to the front door before he tried to sell me on a new line of garden shovels he'd gotten in stock that morning. You know, just in case I found myself in need of a quick disposal. He knew that part of the job wasn't my problem, but it never stopped him from trying to make an extra buck at my expense. In fact, his sales pitches had become a routine part of my visits, as had my refusals. I decided to make my post at a nondescript office building 2 city blocks from the hotel, one of several I'd identified and favored for their easy roof access and lazy contracted security. I showed up an hour early, enough time to set up shop and account for the typical human lack of punctuality. The sun had already nearly set. Cover of night was a boon of which I always took full advantage, given the opportunity. I walked through the door in a mild gray suit and tie, slight 5 o'clock shadow, false mustache, and a salt and pepper wig. The visage of a middle-aged, constipated stiff, opting for a late night at the office to avoid sharing a bed with his hag of a wife. My medium-sized briefcase didn't so much as raise an eyebrow as I approached the guard at the front desk. I passed him the doctored security pass I'd lifted off of a careless employee earlier that day. I also took the time to make small talk, some bullshit about being transferred in for the week on a joint venture project and hating the hours. I find that friendly conversation usually instills more trust than a badge. I made my way straight to the roof, prepared to cover the security cameras, of which there were none. I found no use for my lockpicking set with the unlocked door, stepped through and found a good corner spot with no safety railing and a clear view of the hotel's west wing. The landlord was just begging for a lawsuit when some idiot wandered up for the scenery and took a fall, but that carelessness was exactly why I chose the place. I opened the briefcase's polished latches and pulled the parts from their black foam inserts one at a time. The folding thumbhole stock clicked tightly into the upper assembly. I fitted the lower receiver and trigger housing to the forward grip. I slid the scope onto the mod rail and tightened the clamps. I screwed in and secured the barrel, then ported the sound suppression jacket. I slid the bolt into the upper assembly. I paused for a moment and considered what I was doing. The note and book had scarcely left my mind since the night before, and the more I thought about it, the more I chastised myself for taking such a stupid job. A lot of what I did relied on the confidentiality of people who had the common sense to keep our business to themselves. My contact was right. This guy was clearly out of his mind, and I was taking a huge risk by involving myself in their affairs, even at an anonymous level. I mean, was I really about to clip a holy man over some delusional fantasy of spiritual warfare? Did this man really have to die out of fear that he may summon some kind of demon? I knew better than to let any moral conflict bother me. I knew it was just a job. But this was ridiculous. Did I really want to get involved with these nut jobs? What the hell had I gotten myself into? I guess it wasn't my place to judge. Sure, there may have been better reasons to end a life, but I was just a hired hand. A car washer doesn't question a man who brings in his clean ride for a detail, right? A pharmacist doesn't question a thin woman buying weight loss supplements. Besides, I had never backed out of a job before, and I didn't plan to start. If my reputation was going to take a hit one way or the other, I might as well make good on my end of the deal. I checked the feed mechanism and loaded the magazine. 6 rounds. .308 caliber. Modified charge. I focused the lens and scoped my range. I closed and locked the bolt, and the round was loaded. The recoil pad set firmly against my shoulder, and the weight of the rifle balanced on the bipod. I rested my thumb over the safety. I took a deep breath, and I waited. As I stared through the scope into the room, the last rays of sunlight provided just enough clarity to make out a few important details. Clearly, the guy had occupied the room for some time, and he'd been busy. Just about every inch of the walls had been covered in the same gibberish from that book, written in what looked like permanent marker. He'd torn up the carpeting and covered the floors in all manners of pentagrams and other circular symbols. At the center of each set, a variety of objects, including candles, piles of plants and rocks, and bowls filled with a number of different liquids. Last, but certainly not least, was the bed. It had been stripped down to the mattress, which had been painted over with one last, incredibly intricate pentagram, and thick iron chains and shackles trailed from the bedposts. Sick bastard. The scene was almost cartoonish, really. The kind of thing you'd expect to see in a bad horror film or a haunted house. I wasn't keen on the idea of harming the mentally ill, but I figured he'd be better off if I put him out of his misery. Before I had much time to admire his work, my mark stepped through the door, lighting enough candles on his way in to give the entire room a flickering orange glow. He looked neurotic, fidgety and sweaty, and he constantly darted his gaze over his shoulder. I had a clear shot, and I should have just taken it, but I was struck with morbid curiosity. So I followed his movements about the room, the crosshairs constantly hovering over his eye. I watched his deranged ritual unfold, watched as he fretted over the minute placement of the random items around him, watched as he rubbed his hands together and gnashed his teeth in nervous anticipation. I watched as he muttered prayers into the open air from a book that looked much like mine, and watched as a laughable practice of mad obsession turned to true horror. As the ritual pressed on, I began to feel the goings-on in that room for myself. And I mean that in the most literal sense. Something had gripped me. Something otherworldly, and the scope of my rifle became a portal of forced witness to the blasphemous and obscene. The cool breeze around me turned to the musty heat of candles and sweat. The scent of a gritty urban summer turned to the stench of his labors and the filth of the room. And the sounds of the roaring traffic below turned to his muffled mutterings and the banging struggle of someone or something behind the bathroom door. Though at a great distance, and though the crosshairs still marched over his left eye, I was suddenly there. I watched as he dragged the source of the noise from the bathroom, heard his grunts and his victim's muffled cries through the duct tape over her mouth as he dragged her to the bed, and heard the rattling of the shackles as he unbound her limbs one by one, only to restrain them once again. She lay splayed out across the mattress, donning a wrinkled and stained nightgown, likely the nightwear in which she was abducted. She was to be some unseen something's sacrificial meal, and the candle flames wafted and dimmed in the glowing breeze of its hunger. My vigil's hold released me, but only for a moment, long enough to feel my index finger lightly caress the curve of the trigger, long enough to slow my hastened breath. I watched him press his hand against his mouth and pace about the room as he considered the gruesome next step. I could hear the anxious skittering and shuffling of the demons now, seeming to come from the very shadows on the walls, and many shrill voices chattered pleas for their feast. They grew irritated with his hesitation. I saw the terror in his victim's eyes as she caught the sheen of a blade drawn from his belt, a brutal dagger with a serrated edge, and she struggled against her shackles until her skin began to tear and bleed. I watched him approach her slowly with a look of sorrow and remorse upon his face, apparently an unwilling prisoner in this deed. My finger gently pressed the trigger as I watched him raise it over his head, poised for a downward thrust. The creatures in the shadows hissed and moaned their approval. He stayed his hand for several moments, as did I, until his resolve crumbled. He stumbled back and dropped the knife, and he covered his face in tears of personal disgust. The creatures from the shadows wailed and shrieked with fury, and the room began to quake around him, shaking cabinet doors open and tossing aside the objects about the floor. The candles flared and raged. My panic released my mind, hurtling back to my own body, and adrenaline coursed through my veins. The sound of the suppression jacket made a harsh thump of the gunshot, and the left side of the priest's face shattered into a cloud of red mist as he fell limp and went crashing to the floor. Just as his head made contact with the hard wood, the candles extinguished in unison with one violent flicker, and silence and darkness befell the room. I cycled the bolt, and the jingling of the bullet casing against the cement became the only sound I could hear for miles. I kept watch through the scope, and a thin beam of moonlight shone through the broken window to show the unbloodied half of his face. I stared into his unblinking eye for what seemed like hours, trying and failing to slow my heartbeat. And then, it happened. Slowly, soundlessly, a hand like a long bundle of twigs crept from the shadows, wrapped its gnarled talons over his face, his eyes still visible between them, and dragged him off into the darkness. Fuck this, I stuttered to myself. Fuck this. I disassembled the rifle as quickly as I could and returned it to the briefcase. I rushed down the stairs and headed for a back entrance, stashed the rifle in disguise in a hidden compartment beneath my car's back seat, and peeled out of the parking lot into the busy traffic. I would be leaving the city, disposing of the disguise, the badge, and the bullet casing, and never looking back. Less than a week later, I read about the priest in the papers. Their description of the crime scene erased any doubts I might have had about the reality of that night. They said that they found his body gnawed near to the bone. They said that the damage was so severe that they had to identify him by dental records, and the gunshot wound was far from the focus of the story. Strangely, they also mentioned nothing about the ritualistic scene or the state of the room. The girl, apart from slight bruising and a state of shock, had apparently been left untouched. I thought I'd be safe if I could just run far enough away, but fleeing did me no good. I pulled quite a few jobs since that night, all across the country, never inclined to stay in one place for too long, and all of my marks shared the same fate. I poisoned a slumlord in New Jersey, and I heard about his vicious mauling on the evening news the following night. I slid a knife between the ribs of a heavy-handed bookie in Northern California a month later, and I watched the hands claw him from my grip and into the shadows before he even took his last breath. I heard them devour a mafioso's ex-wife in her own bedroom. I can still remember the smell that followed. You see, I kept that book, and I've tried many times to make sense of what happened that night. I don't understand much. I don't know what they are or what they want, but I have come across a damning revelation. Apparently, apart from the summoning, the ritual was just a formality. These things only require a mortal, any mortal, to take the life of another in their presence. They feed not on the dead, but on the murdered. And once fed, they follow the hand that fed them, demanding sacrifice again and again until the killer's life is done. The priest had defied them, and they were not pleased. I, however, did not, and they collected their meal by my hand. He invoked their wrath, and I don't know what would have become of him had I not pulled the trigger. However, his death was my first act of unwitting service, and now I don't know what'll become of me if I stop.
How?
But I just can't send anyone else to that horrible fate. Until recently, I killed only for money. I justified my actions with the banality of evil, the idea that such things had become an inherent state of normality in society. I profited from death, but so did coffin salesmen and life insurance agents. People would kill one another with or without me. They'd murder each other for vengeance, petty theft, or their own self-righteous brand of justice. What made me so different? There was no guilt in the ordinary. Now that I've witnessed true evil, I can't justify my lifestyle that way anymore. I've seen what horrible things prey on us in life and in death. I've seen the dark forces that count on us to send each other to the grave, to do their work for them, and who hunger for us. I've seen what may await us in death, and I can no longer take a life so lightly. In living as I have, I wonder just how many I damned. I wonder if I ended the priest's suffering, or if I only sent him to an even worse torment. I can feel them growing restless. They're angry, but I fed them for the last time, and I will no longer run. Whatever comes from me now, I can't help but feel deserving. For all those lives I've ended, I can think of no other way to make amends. God, forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry. If you made it this far, I hope you'll follow me on Twitter at KingSpookCreepy.
My name was Mark Stravinsky. As you can tell by the title of this post, I'm a killer, a criminal, and you probably think I'm a monster. I wouldn't argue with you. I've done terrible things to good people. I've helped evil people with their agendas, and I've ruined thousands of lives by doing so. Today, I'm coming clean. I'm admitting to the big crimes, murders, and conspiracies I've been involved in. I can't cover everything, as the entire list is quite extensive, and honestly, I probably don't remember all of it anymore. I've been doing this for quite a long time. Long enough to know that the bad guys get away with pure, unadulterated evil. I feel the need to issue a warning before I get into the details. What I'm about to tell you will not make you a happier person or make your life any better. You'll probably be labeled a conspiracy theorist nutjob if you ever talk about these things outside in the real world, but they need to be known. I don't give a fuck whether you believe me or not. These are things that I did. Things that I saw. It's easy for you to just hear my story and outright deny it, but I can't just do that. I can't just click my fingers and make the last 20 years of my life disappear. With all that said, let's begin with who I was before I became an evil henchman. I had a fairly decent upbringing, but I was a failure in high school. I was one of those kids who were just passed along, putting in just enough work not to fail. My parents coddled me, and I became weak, lazy, and spoiled as a result. At 18 years old, I had no work ethic, no motivation, and no direction. Most of my time was spent hanging out with my friends, smoking weed, or watching TV. When I graduated, my parents wanted me to start thinking about my future seriously and threatened to kick me out if I didn't change. I didn't though, and the free ride only lasted a few months, most of it being spent fighting with my asshole parents. When they kicked me out, I realized how nice I had it there and regretted everything I'd done within just a few days. Sleeping on concrete can have a really sobering effect. My parents tried to contact me a few times after they learned that I was homeless, but I was done with them. They were dead to me. After applying to dozens of jobs throughout the city, I realized that nobody wanted to hire a hobo, so I did what any smart homeless person does. I enlisted in the military. I became an infantryman, and it looked like I had finally found a place I belonged. When I went to basic, I was a weak, lazy piece of shit, but by the end, I was a highly motivated badass. I honestly have no clue what changed me, but I graduated at the top of my class. I was like this entirely different person in just a few weeks. Shortly after that, I became an asset for the US military on the battlefield. I had the most confirmed kills in my company, and I quickly climbed the ranks. I was really surprised to learn I had a natural act for warfare. I remember one of the officers saying to me, "Son, a soldier like you comes along once in 100 years." I was ecstatic. Time practically flew by, and before I knew it, my time was up. I remember being in shock that 4 years had already passed. I planned on re-enlisting because there was nothing else out there for me in the world. It was just a few nights before I could fill out the forms to re-enlist when I was approached by some rather peculiar men. I could tell that they were powerful men by the way that the officers respected and almost seemed to fear them. They said they had a prestigious position available for me, and that because of my life circumstances, I was perfect for the job. Without a family and nobody outside of the military knowing I exist, nobody was better suited. The fact that I was good with a rifle didn't hurt either. I was also informed that if I accepted their offer, there would be no record of me having ever existed. Everything from my birth certificate and my military service would disappear. The thought of my military service being erased from the world made me cringe a little, but with everything taken into consideration, this was going to be one hell of a job offer, or so I thought. I later learned that these men were billionaires, high-ranking government and military officials, and some were even world diplomats. Before you get your tinfoil hats out, I feel the need to say that this wasn't the Illuminati, some Jewish conspiracy, or the lizard people, or anything like that. This was one of the networks of powerful sociopaths, yes, but there are hundreds of those networks. Most conspiracy theorists make the mistake of thinking there is one collective behind it all. There isn't. There are networks of powerful, evil people who partake in conspiracies for a number of reasons. Most of them are only out to make more money or to expand their business interests in general. There are a few idealistic networks that are attached to an idea, the most powerful, to my knowledge, being the globalists. The people who want to bring about the New World Order and become the governing force of the earth, thinking they and their descendants will be some benevolent line of elite leaders humankind would be lucky to have. Those are easily the most fucked up people I've ever worked for. I guess it just goes to show, just because you're an elite, corrupt billionaire doesn't mean you can't be crazy too. But more on them later. Something I feel I need to explain is the fact that this can all be pretty confusing. None of these networks have names. People are sometimes connected to multiple networks, and many of the networks have connections to other networks. But this first one that recruited me was one of the most powerful I've ever worked for. I mean, they bossed around the military. That should tell you all you need to know. Obviously, I accepted their offer. This first network was interested in world politics and corruption. They did their best to bribe and control politicians around the world, and they did a damn good job of it too. My mission was to assassinate a politician in New Zealand. They didn't tell me about the kind of operation they were running. In fact, most of them don't. The guy's name was Bruce Beetham. After funding Beetham's primary opposition and getting him voted out of office, he started to do some investigation into election fraud, amongst other things. I was also instructed to destroy any evidence of any wrongdoing against my clients. They gave me 10 grand up front to cover any expenses I had in order to complete the mission. I was promised 100 grand after the mission was completed. I was in New Zealand within a few days. I didn't want to bring a gun, considering their gun laws over there are fucking crazy, even back then. Instead, I brought a small dosage of ricin with me, and I knew that that was all I was going to need. I began tracking him, studying his patterns, and things of that sort. I noticed that he must have been pretty comfortable because his security and safety precautions were pretty bare minimum. The guy didn't even have a house alarm. He just had a sign in the window that said he did. After 3 days of tracking him and noticing he seldom left his house, I set my plan in motion. It was the middle of the night and he lived alone with his wife. With some state-of-the-art break-and-enter technology I now had access to, I broke into his house. I crept in as silent as can be. I made my way to their bedroom and began pushing the door open. It was an old house, and the door made the worst squeaking sound you've ever heard. I pushed it so slowly that at times I wondered if it was moving at all. But I knew that I had to remain patient. Then, in the pitch-black room, I heard motion. It was him. He sat up. "Is anyone there?" he asked. I was mortified, terrified that my plans were foiled. It took everything in me to maintain my composure and sit there, silently, waiting, listening, watching. He must have sat up for 15 minutes, and it was excruciating. I knew I couldn't move, or he'd hear me. I was trapped there. Each second felt like an hour, but I sat still. When he finally laid back down to go to bed, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. From there, it was easy to walk over and place the small dosage of ricin into his mouth. Shortly after, I made my way to his office and destroyed every piece of paper in there. Mission accomplished. I spent the rest of my time there kayaking. 2 days later, it was announced that he died of a heart attack. It's funny, in a way. My clients, they controlled all the media over there, so no one even reported on his death, despite being a prominent politician. To this day, the way he died isn't available to the public. A lot of what I know about this case was learned later. Back then, I made the false assumption that because this network was working with the American military, it was good and moral. Looking back, I can't believe how naive I was. Days later, I was on one of their private yachts discussing how they planned on paying me. The man I assumed was the leader went onto the lower deck to get the cash when I suddenly saw another man come out. He looked to be some kind of military personnel by his build. "Who are you?" I asked. He responded by pulling a gun out of his jacket and firing at me. Luckily, I was quick enough to dodge the bullet by landing on the floor. He continued firing at me with his semi-automatic, but I pulled out my gun and shot him in the head. I knew that I was in danger and jumped off the yacht and swam to shore. Thankfully, I was covered by the darkness of the night. I later pieced together why they kill the men they hire. They can't afford to let their secrets get out. They can't afford to suppress information like this. The more I thought about the people involved in these conspiracies, the more it made sense. I remember how Lee Harvey Oswald was dead not too long after killing JFK. And the man who killed Oswald, Jack Ruby, was dead not too long after that. Not to mention you get government reports proposing magic bullet theory. Everyone just turned a blind eye to the fact that there was more than just one shooter that day. It's weird. There's enough evidence to say something fishy was going on, but not enough to say by who. The people chalk it up to be some grand coincidence. I've been in this line of work long enough to know that there are no fucking coincidences, especially not in politics. But before I get too off topic, let me continue my story. After I got back home, which was a shitty motel room now, I wondered what the hell I was going to do next. I can't go back into the military because those fuckers would find me there. I can't even apply for a job because, on the books, I don't exist. They erased everything about me, and it was smart of them to do it that way. When they killed me, nobody would have known except them. Luckily, I survived. There were a few months there when I was completely lost. I had no hope, no idea what to do next, and I was running out of money. Luckily, in the motel, I overheard a conversation that was life-changing to me. I overheard a few men talking about something called the Onion Router. As you all know, this was the early development of Tor, which granted access to the deep web. I was one of the first people on there, and I guess you could even say I was one of the first hitmen on the deep web. I didn't plan on becoming a hitman, it just sort of happened. I paid the motel enough to cover me for the next few months, and took what was left of the money and purchased a laptop. On this laptop, I familiarized myself with the deep web, the kind of business that was conducted there, and the kind of people who lurked about, looking for people like me. I'm sure these evil networks existed for hundreds of years and have been finding hitmen by other means for a long time, but I'm sure the deep web really sped up the process. Also, remember that this was the original deep web, before it became a watered-down pop culture genre. This was when actual criminals went on the deep web. When the deep web was for criminals, by criminals. The deep web became pure cancer after 2013, and still remains that way to this day. Well, anyway, in December, I was on the deep web looking for any kind of a job. Morality meant nothing to me. I just needed to do something to make enough money to feed myself. I still remembered being homeless and sleeping on the streets. I would have done everything in my power to prevent that from happening again. I came across someone who was offering $150,000 to assassinate some singer. I responded to the offer and heard back from them immediately. They told me they had to vet me before they gave me the rest of the details. The person who hired me was rich. The house they brought me to was enormous. I almost couldn't believe my eyes. After they vetted me, I demanded they pay me in advance. I learned my lesson from last time. They agreed to do so and filled me in on the rest of the details. I was instructed to assassinate Sonny Bono. Prior to this assignment, I had no idea who the hell he was, but after doing some research, I discovered that I'd gotten myself into something serious. I didn't want to turn down the job, mostly because I didn't want to make someone that rich hate me. I agreed to the job and set out to get my target. After doing some digging, I discovered that he was vacationing in State Line, Nevada for a few days. I located him and rented a hotel room not too far from his. I watched him for a few days, waiting for my chance. I wasn't sure how I was going to do it. On the way there, I had purchased a gun, but this was a populated area, and going to prison was not going to be in my future. One day, as I was thinking about how I was going to kill him, I saw that he was going skiing, alone. That couldn't have happened at a better time for me. I gave him a couple minutes to go before me and followed after. I hadn't been skiing in a long time, and I was nervous about having to kill him in that situation. I knew he was an experienced skier, but I took my chances. I knew it was the best way for me to do it. After he'd begun down the hill, I went quickly thereafter. After catching up to him, I thought about pulling out my pistol to shoot him, but the trees we were gliding right past seemed to be enough to take care of the job. I inched my way closer and closer, and then I pushed him with all my might and almost lost balance myself. My client had already informed me that he had contacts in the FBI and the media, so nothing suspicious would ever be reported. After that, I started to really enjoy the corrupt work I was doing. There was some strange satisfaction I took in helping these people. Well, after that one, I found a rather interesting offer when I was back searching on the deep web. Someone was offering hundreds of thousands of dollars in annual pay to kidnap young women alive. In retrospect, it should have been obvious what these girls were going to be used for, but at the time I just didn't think about it. When someone is offering to pay you $600,000 a year, the gray area seems to expand. But I did as I was told, kidnapping and later disposing of hundreds of young girls, mostly between the ages of 12 and 14. Those were the desirable ones. After kidnapping them, I'd deliver them to a boat and then to an island off the coast of Italy. I've spent quite a bit of time there, enough to know that there are quite a few elites from across the globe who frequented this place. From popular politicians to actors to bankers, they couldn't get enough of this place. Thankfully, when word of the island reached the public, I was able to distance myself from the entire thing and avoid any jail time. My client, being the wealthy bastard he is, bought his way out of any serious jail time too. After I heard the news, I kinda chuckled to myself. It really goes to show that we do live in an oligarchy. I continued to work for him on and off for many years. It's been a few months, but I'm sure he'll contact me again soon enough. You see, I've participated in hundreds of these kinds of things. I'm involved in the deaths of Bernie Grant, Ivor Hansen, Pierre Charles, Marcia Stanescu, Jesse Helms, and many, many more. Look it up, see for yourself how many of these people died, and tell me it isn't suspicious. I have a feeling that my clients will continue to do these things until the end of time, and they'll never be stopped. In July of 2016, I was hired by a powerful political organization that I frequently worked for. Over the years, I'd gained their trust and assisted in many assassinations, amongst other things. I was hired to make a leaker disappear. Despite my client's connections with local and federal law enforcement, the murder has become something of a popular conspiracy theory. One that people are very interested in figuring out once and for all. This is the first time there's ever been such widespread interest, at least with this client. This has caused me to lay low. I'm currently in South America, waiting for the fire to put itself out. Soon enough, people are gonna forget about the whole thing. They're gonna forget it ever happened, just like they always do. But this isn't necessarily my reason for making this. I'm putting this out there because it's time my clients paid for what they've done. I'm already a millionaire after having worked for them for so long. I've made my money, but now I'm done. I want you, the people, to know the fucking truth. I want you to know what they've done. And another thing. Who the fuck are you? Thank you so much for watching. Consider joining the Dark Circle on Patreon. If you donate $1 a month, you can get every story narration in MP3 format amongst other things. Also, feel free to support the channel by checking out the Teespring store or ordering my book. Thank you so much for your support, and don't forget to keep it creepy.
You know, I've been in bad situations before, but never anything like this. Here's some brief context. About 2 weeks ago, I was running dangerously low on funds. I guess the demand for shady hitmen wasn't exactly at an all-time high. I was willing to take any job that was less difficult than assassinating the president. I got exactly what I wanted about a week after the eviction notice came. $20,000, one guy, and as far as I could tell, no baggage attached. It was just some random asshole. Or at least, that's how they presented it to me. Now, the person, or people, who had sent me this offer, seemed a bit more secretive than the usual customer. I mean, I usually expected a fake name at the very least, but these guys didn't even offer an alias. Whatever, I thought. It is what it is, right? They didn't seem to have a name for their target either, simply referring to him as the Freak. It was weird, to say the least, but beggars can't be choosers. They wired me $10,000 up front, and the rest would come after I'd finished the job. Those were the conditions, anyways. I started driving out to the address they'd given me, where the target was supposed to be. They told me that I should get there by midnight, so I arrived around 10 p.m. in order to set up. My loadout was a bit heavier than usual. I was thinking that this guy had to be armed and trained or something, since they were willing to pay me a shitload. I was packing a silenced Beretta, and a fully loaded CZ-75, a Remington 870, a scoped M114, a butterfly knife, and some brass knuckles, if it had to come to close quarters. Well, that wasn't it. There was one last thing that I'd brought with me. It was a grenade. Now, I didn't think I'd actually need it, and I didn't really want to use it. It was just in case shit went beyond south. I hid myself as best I could in the darkness in the dingy factory and waited until midnight. At about 12:11, the rusty doors flung open, and I watched through my scope as an abnormally tall figure wearing a windbreaker and slacks burst in. From the description they gave me, this was definitely the guy. I mean, how many people are 6'10"? The thing is, he was moving way too fast for me to get a clean shot, and I didn't want to risk blowing my position. In fact, he was sprinting, for whatever reason. However, he did appear to be unarmed, so I let myself relax a bit. I lost him when he ran into the door to my left. Moving quickly, I pulled out my Beretta, stuck the CZ-75 into my holster, and followed him. The place that we'd entered was pitch black, but I'd planned for that. I put on a pair of night vision goggles and started traversing around the area. It appeared that he'd led me into a hallway. However, I couldn't find the guy. This is when the first peculiar thought struck me. How the hell was he seeing anything in here? My musing was cut short when I heard a shrill scream coming from somewhere at the end of the hall. Carefully, I maneuvered my way down there and peeked down both the left and right branched corridors. The screaming was definitely coming from a room to the left. As I got about halfway there, I just stopped suddenly. I froze in my steps. What the hell? It was in that moment when a body came flying out of the room. I nearly shouted out of shock, but managed to control myself. I watched as what appeared to be a 20-something male hit the wall just in front of me and bounced off, face planting hard onto the concrete. Oh, it made me sick, squishing noise as it did. Getting a better view of the body, I noticed that one of the legs seemed to be crumpled, like the Terminator himself had grabbed onto him and squeezed hard. I could hear whatever had done this starting to back out into the hallway. Feeling extremely disturbed and somewhat unprepared, I silently backed out into the main entrance hall. From there, I trained the CZ directly on the intersecting corridors and waited. I mean, there was no way he could see me, right? My heart skipped a beat with nearly every step the guy took. He was getting closer. 3 more steps. 2. As soon as he came into my view, I emptied my entire clip. My accuracy has always been pretty decent, so I'd say more than half of them hit. However, he was still standing. And not just that, he barely even flinched. That's when I got a closer look at his face. All I can say is that nobody looks like that. In fact, nothing should look like what I was staring down in that dark hallway. His face was incomprehensible. Not like the conventional demon or mutant that you see on the movies. It was something that a human brain wasn't meant to come face to face with. It didn't belong in our plane of existence. The eyes were constantly changing and morphing. It was as if the 2 irises both shared one large, empty pupil. The mouth, if you could call it that, was twisted into a grin that seemed to wrap around its entire head. Not just ear to ear, those were the only distinguishing features. The rest of the skin of its face seemed to be constantly shifting. Sometimes it would be smooth, and sometimes it would look as if hundreds of tiny worms were crawling under it. The thing looked directly at me and let out this deep, throaty laugh that seemed to reverberate through the entire hall. I even had to quickly glance behind me because it sounded like it was coming from everywhere. I could barely think. I dropped the CZ and pulled the Beretta. I emptied 3 shots right into the head, but the monstrosity barely reacted. It just laughed louder. Obviously, this creature wasn't going down anytime soon. I bolted out of the hallway and back onto the main factory floor. My thoughts were a mess, but I managed to recall where I'd left the shotgun. I hastily made my way over there and picked it up. I nearly had a heart attack when I turned around and saw that the thing was staring right at me. It was still laughing. In addition, now drooling this black, thick-looking liquid. Some of it got onto my hand and instantly ate through my skin. I winced in agony before firing a shot right into its face. This time, it actually seemed to react. I noticed that the bullets had managed to pierce its skin, but only slightly. It stopped laughing, instead letting out a shrill, deafening shriek that nearly burst my eardrums. It grabbed my arm and tossed me some meters away. I landed hard on my shoulder, and I think I nearly broke it. However, I didn't have the luxury of letting it rest. I pumped the shotgun back and fired another shell directly into the creature's chest as it charged me. I couldn't move out of the way quick enough. The impact from the hit sent me flying about 10 feet back in the air. I landed awkwardly, feeling my ankle dislocate as I did. However, I was also fairly close to the bag where I was keeping the grenade. There was really only one option left here. I scrambled over to it and feverishly grabbed for the explosive. As I got my hand on it, I pulled the pin. I could already hear the creature coming back towards me. I turned around and rolled it towards the thing. I barely got behind a pillar in time for the explosion. I don't think the sound that it let out will ever leave my mind. It wasn't just a shriek, not just a roar. It was as if all the air around me was being sucked into the thing's giant mouth and being distorted in some kind of otherworldly bellow. I crawled out from behind the pillar to see the thing stumbling around. It was missing a leg now, but instead of bones sticking out, there was some kind of dark, shiny appendage squirming out of its severed limb. Taking no chances, I emptied the rest of the shotgun rounds onto the creature's head. However, it still wouldn't fucking die. It was injured as hell for sure, but it kept moving. Tired as hell and in pain, I stumbled over and watched the freakish entity climb up a wall and out a window. That was the last I saw of it. Immediately after, I packed up my things and got into my car, floored at home. It's been a few hours since. I'm sitting here, and still in absolute disbelief at the events that just transpired. I don't even want to begin to think what the hell that thing was. I tried contacting the people who had sent me after it in the first place, but they're giving me the silent treatment, of course. But there was something rather interesting that I saw on the news. There was a report about a murder that took place in an abandoned factory, the same one I was just in. Here's the kicker, though. The person that I saw get splattered against the wall was actually a wanted enforcer for a local criminal gang. In fact, only a few days ago, another person had been murdered in a neighboring town. They searched his place, and they found staggering evidence that he was a contract killer, just like me. This wasn't even the end of it. 5 hitmen, criminal enforcers, had been murdered in this last month, all at the same state where I was. The authorities were suspecting that these had to be linked. I do recall hearing about them in some dark web circles a few weeks ago, but I didn't think anything of it. I just thought that they must have been incompetent. I also watched a police press conference where some journalist asked if this might be some rogue vigilante on the loose. No, the officer responded. The manner in which these men are getting killed indicates that we've got something else on our hands. It's too brutal, like the work of an absolute, unhinged psychopath. That thing is still alive, and if it comes after me again, I don't think I'm going to get so lucky. Maybe I'll just hire someone else to try and kill it. Worth a shot. Hello everybody. Hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to like and subscribe, and check the notification icon so you'll know when I upload new narrations. And if you want, leave a comment telling me what types of stories you'd like to hear in future videos. With that said, have a good night.
So,
I've been seeing a man in my backyard for the past 2 nights. To start, I need to give you some background. I'm a male who lives in a relatively nice neighborhood. It's your average small town run-of-the-mill suburbs area with not a lot of people. I am a college kid who's home on break while my parents have gone away, which doesn't help at all. I have a 2-story house. I do not have a gun, nor do I have any real weapons other than kitchen knives. I'm not on any medication, and I have no record of schizophrenia or any other mental illnesses. I barely have any relationships with my neighbors, most of whom are elderly, and the rest I have minimal contact with. I do not have any people in my neighborhood that I know of who have reasons to attack or harm me. Now, let's get into what has been happening. About 2 nights ago, I woke up very late in the night and I went to the bathroom to go take a shit. Now, my 2nd-story bathroom has a window that can see the entirety of my backyard. Directly behind it is a cul-de-sac, which you can see directly into. There is a group of trees and pile of rocks and mulch that divides it. Usually, I can see everything in my back room without turning on my lights, because lights from my neighbor's house dimly lights the area. As I'm using the toilet, I look outside and I notice there is a car parked directly facing my house in the cul-de-sac. Now, if you have ever seen a cul-de-sac before, you know that when you park, you always either park right next to the curves of the sac or the sides of the street. This car was directly facing the curve behind my house. I thought this was extremely strange, considering whoever parked must have been there to visit someone. But if that were the case, then why would they have not parked in one of the driveways? The people who lived behind me were both elderly, so they probably didn't have some sort of a big block party that I didn't know about, and even then, only an idiot would park like that. As I stared into the car, I could distinguish a figure in the driver's seat, just sitting there. Since the lights were not on in my bathroom, whoever was in the car probably couldn't see me through that window. At this point, I was determined to just see who the fuck was in there. So I went downstairs, got my binoculars from my dad's closet, and went back to my bathroom to see who was there. Take in mind, this is 3 in the fucking morning, and what person would be in their car just sitting there in the middle of the winter? As I go into my bathroom, I look outside to find nothing. The car had since left. I thought it was relief, as I was probably just freaking out over nothing, and the person was just leaving whoever they were visiting. But then again, what are the odds that the moment I notice the car, that's the moment that the person leaves? I finally calmed myself down and went back to sleep. The next day, a mix of boredom and paranoia got the better of me. I decided it was time for some investigation. I got to my backyard cul-de-sac to see if there was any trace of the person who was there last night. Nothing. I go to my neighbors to see if they had anybody over the other night. Maybe it would clarify why somebody would be parked there. I asked both the owners of the houses on the curves of the cul-de-sac, and both of whom said they did not have visitors. I asked for their numbers and left. This is when my paranoia really started to kick in. This was fucked up. I had no clue whether the person was coming back later, and I can't call the police as they won't respond to a complaint that isn't even valid. I decided to wait until later to see if the person came back. I spent that entire night talking with my college friends about it over video chat, all of whom thought that I was either making it up or freaking out over nothing. I sign off and watch Netflix until it's pretty late. The entire time, I just kept thinking about looking out of my window to check, but since my friends had told me that I was worrying about nothing, and also since I'm a bit of a coward, I just never checked it. Finally, the clock ticked 3:24 AM, the exact same time that I woke up the night before. I thought, fuck it, might as well check to be sure. This is where I absolutely shit myself. The same exact car was parked, and there was a man in a black hoodie and a ski mask standing right next to it, just staring at my house. I immediately ran to go get my phone, dialed my neighbors, none of which answered, and I ran back to the window, only to see that he was now standing in my fucking backyard, This was no longer a burglary attempt, because if it was, he would be looking through my lower house windows trying to break in. This had to be some sort of a stalker. I decided, fuck this, and opened my window and screamed at the top of my lungs. "Who the fuck are you?" No response. "I'm going to call the fucking police. Get the fuck out of my property," I yelled. Finally, the man spoke. "Have a nice day," in like that cheery way a cashier at the store would say when you're leaving. The man waltzed, and I literally mean waltzed like a happy cartoon character, back to his car and left. I called the police department immediately. They asked me if I had any friends who were trying to play a prank on me, and I said no, I don't have any friends like that. Like I said, this town was relatively small and the police did jack shit. They told me that if it happens again, to call them immediately. I'm shitting myself right now. It's currently 11 PM, and God knows he'll be back tonight. I'm going to be looking out of my window all night waiting for him. I'll keep you all in touch if anything happens. Wish me luck. Update, 12:24 AM. I'm currently staring outside looking out of my window waiting for the man to come back. I have informed my neighbors about his arrival, and they told me that they're also on the lookout. I feel extremely nervous, but at least I have my neighbors helping me out. I just want this to be over. 1:24 AM. So nothing has shown up yet. Got a call from my mum about a half an hour ago. I haven't told them about any of the shit that's happening. I just told her that I loved her and hung up the phone. My friends have been Snapchatting me asking me about this shit. I said that I'll try to get a picture of him if I can. And if I do, then I'll upload it so you guys can see as well. 1:34 AM. The neighbors told me they see a car parked up the street from them. One of my neighbors, who's in his mid-40s, says that he's going to check it out. My foot is tapping the floor like crazy right now. 1:37 AM. False alarm. Turns out it was just the car of a family who just got home. Fuck me, this suspense is making me sick. 1:48 AM. One of my neighbors says he's going to sleep. This isn't good. I just hope the rest of them hold up for me until the rest of the night. I really don't know if I'm even going to sleep at all tonight. I've already chugged 2 cups of coffee, and I'm as alert as possible. 2:11 AM. I was looking out of my window when I heard something in the bushes of my backyard. I couldn't tell whether it was the guy, the wind, or some animal, so I turned on the light in my backyard and saw nothing. I think the paranoia is getting to me. 2:17 AM. Alright, it's official. I'm losing my shit. I heard something crash in my kitchen and I ran down to see what was happening. Some pan had fallen over from the shelf. Nothing notable, but it scared the absolute daylights out of me. I went back upstairs to start looking out of the window again. At one of the streets right off my backyard, which is about 200 yards away, through the trees, I saw a car at a corner flashing its brights repeatedly and then taking a right, driving away from the street that's leading to my house. What the fuck is going on? This motherfucker is taunting me or something. 2:32 AM. Alright, so I'm totally freaked out at the moment. I'm out of here. I'm bringing my laptop and my wallet and my phone with me and staying in my neighbor's house. I'm not staying here for another second. 2:40 AM. I'm currently at my neighbor's house staring into my backyard and the cul-de-sac. I walked out of my back door and sprinted and rang the doorbell as fast as possible. They saw me and opened the door immediately. That was the scariest shit that I have ever done. I was worried that he was just gonna pull up at any second. Now, I just wait and hope for the best. 2:51 AM. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened yet. I'm dreading what will happen at 3:24 though. I saw 2 cars pass by my house. I couldn't tell if they were the same car as the one the stalker was using. At the same time, I can't tell if it was the same car passing by both ways. This guy is playing tricks on my mind. I am ready to dial 911 at any second now. I called my parents and told them what was happening. They said that they will be on their way home tomorrow. God, please protect me. 3:01 a.m. This guy is definitely coming. A car came up the street on the cul-de-sac and started flashing its high beams again and left. He's trying to fuck with my mind. Thank God I left the house, because the direction he is going is that he's definitely coming back around to my house. I'm scared, and I'm not even in my house anymore. The moment that I even see him outside his car, I'm calling the police. 3:11 a.m. My neighbor and I both agreed that we were going to leave the house and drive to the police station as soon as we see him park near my house. My heart is racing. I can't believe that I had just waited in my house alone for the past couple of hours. What was I thinking? 3:20 a.m. Still nothing yet. 4 minutes left. Even if he doesn't come, I sure as hell am not going back. I'm not even sure if I'll stay here. This is the scariest thing that has ever happened to me. Holy fuck. 3:25 a.m. Someone has parked in my fucking driveway. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'll try to update you guys on my phone or later when they arrest this guy, but I'm leaving now. Thank you all for the support. Update. So, it's the 19th of February 2017, 1:15 p.m. It's the next day. For those of you who are concerned, I'm alive. I went to the police station and I've been questioned, and they are working on finding the guy. They haven't found him yet, unfortunately. I went to a hotel and got some sleep and just woke up. I'll update you guys in a new post, but for right now, I'm just taking some time to get this sorted out. Thanks to everyone for their support. Update. Hello everyone. For anyone who's been listening to this, I'm alive and well, but far from safe. As my neighbor and I were waiting for the coast to be clear, I saw my garage door open at approximately 3:27 a.m. And right then and there, my neighbor and I booked it to his car. As we were leaving, I saw the light turn on in my bathroom, and I nearly threw up, realizing how easily he got in, and how I had been just a sitting duck an hour ago. I have been fantasizing over and over of how if I had stayed in there, my neighbors would have called me telling me he was in my driveway, and I would have heard my garage door opening with dread, just knowing I was absolutely fucked. Once we were in the car, we sped off to the local police station. The police gave me the usual rundown of questions in this type of situation, like whether I knew this man, when and where my first encounter with him was, and whether I could identify his car, and if I managed to write down his license plate. I told him that he had only come 2 times prior, and that both times it was too dark to tell, even with the streetlights. When the man had parked in my driveway, one of my neighbors who had still been on the lookout said that she saw that the car was a grey Volkswagen with no license plate. She went on to say that she saw the man type in the code to my garage, go inside, and turn on each of my lights, as though he was checking out the whole place. The man had stayed in there for 5 minutes, according to her, and proceeded to get back in his car without taking anything and sped off down my street. She notified the police immediately, and they have been searching for him since then. Nothing has come up. We returned to find that the house had been left relatively unscathed. The police did not find even a trace of DNA. Whoever this man was, he was meticulous as all hell, and he had somehow gained the knowledge of what my garage code was. It makes me shiver to think he may have been watching me, even as I typed it in earlier in the week. God only knows what other knowledge he has to track me down. My parents have still yet to return home from their trip, as their plane was delayed. So, as of right now, I'm alone, and I'm still at the hotel with only a bottle of Jack Daniels to console me. A couple of police cars have been stationed around the area of my house, looking for the guy, and they're all waiting upon his arrival. I'm not leaving this hotel until this fucker is caught. I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight. I'm hoping that this is the night he finally can't track me. The police have advised me to stop using any form of social media that can be indicative of where I am. That means no Snapchat, no Instagram, no Facebook, nothing. They told me that I can use my laptop as long as I remain as low profile as possible. This means all I can do now is wait for the police to call me and tell me that the stalker has been caught. Now, I'm gonna try and figure out just who this guy is and why he might be trying to stalk me. Theory number 1. My 9th grade Italian teacher. So, I went to a private school, and this teacher had basically been one of the biggest lunatics I had ever met in the school system. He was very outspoken in the way that he described politics, and very mean-spirited during his time teaching. He would always make fun of students, had sometimes fallen asleep in class, and would always make perverted comments towards girls that I knew. So one day, I decided to write an email to Dean, asking him to please fire the man from his teaching position, and explaining the unacceptable behavior he had while working. It worked, and I have never seen the man since. Now, the reason I think he could be a possibility is because he never particularly liked me. In fact, I feel as though he singled me out in a lot of instances and picked on me. I don't know if he ever found out that I sent the email, but if he did, I am extremely concerned. I can't tell if it was him or not when he spoke to me in my backyard, as I was in full adrenaline mode while I was screaming at him. I would say this is not a likely suspect, but I'm just not sure. Theory number 2. My Christian deacon from back in 2nd grade. I used to be part of this church program a while back when I was in elementary school. Out of all of the head figures there, one that always stood out to me, Deacon Anthony. He was a middle-aged man, very soft-spoken, and he had always been very particularly nice to me and my friend Kevin. He would often bring us candy, talk to us about our home life, and treated us more fairly than the rest of the kids. One day, my friend Kevin had told me that Deacon Anthony had asked Kevin if he wanted to go home with him to hang out. Kevin said no to him and told me. I told my parents about this, and they immediately contacted the church and told them about it. After that, I never saw Deacon Anthony again. My parents later told me that they had contacted the board and he was removed from the church. If this is the guy, he must have had a massive personality shift after that incident, because the way the man happily told me to have a nice day did not match up with the one he had when I was younger. Theory number 3. My classmate Derek from 8th grade. Derek was one of those insecure types who would always get off to making other people feel small. He was your standard 8th grade middle school shit-eater who deserved nothing but a good ass whipping, which unfortunately never came. However, what did happen was that I had started a rumor about him that I wish not to bring up, but it pretty much ruined his reputation and made him a laughingstock. He never found out it was me as far as I could tell, but from what I heard from my hometown while I went off to public school, is that at our local public high school, the rumor hadn't stopped, and he turned into one of those quiet kids who never talked. Keep in mind, this kid literally had told my whole friend group to stop hanging out with me. So, as far as I can tell, this revenge was extremely justified in my mind. This may in fact be the prime suspect, as he would most likely know where I live. I tried finding any sort of social media about him, but nothing came up. This guy is a ghost, and I have no idea what he has been up to. Theory number 4. Some complete stranger that I have no association with. Maybe this is just a genuine old school stalker who takes pride in picking out their prey from a random crowd. No one that I have seen in this town for the past week has seemed particularly odd. The only one that comes to mind was this weird cashier at 7-Eleven who seemed particularly in love with his job. He may have some form of Asperger's syndrome, or just maybe he just takes pride in being a cashier, but he was always very polite with his customers when he had been interacting with them. I had gone in to get a soda from the fountain, and as the store was empty, he asked me,
Hey, is that all you're getting?
I said, "Yeah, this is all." So he continues,
Oh well, congratulations. It's free.
I thought, sweet, a free soda. This guy's a shit. I thanked him a ton as he was smoking a cigarette outside and said, "Have a good one," and left. Now, I know what all of you must be thinking. This is definitely the guy. He's a cashier, for crying out loud. Well, I'm just not so sure. This guy was probably in his 30s, seemed extremely grateful for his low-end job, and just seemed content with what he had. He didn't strike me as a stalker, but then again, I haven't been back to the store since, so maybe he's still there, or not there at all. Time will tell. I might have to stop by tomorrow and do a little more investigation. As we speak, it's 11 PM again, and I'm staring out of my hotel window scrolling through Reddit. I'm still dreading the moment I see a car with flashing high beams pull into the parking lot, so I'll probably be just looking out of my window all night again. I'll post more updates if necessary. I appreciate you all. Bye for now. Update. 12:43 AM. I'm reading all of your comments, guys, and just so you guys know, I can't get a hold of a gun as easily as most of you think. I live in a state where that shit just does not fly. The best thing that I have right now is a pepper spray and a baseball bat. 1:37 AM. Call me a lunatic, but I left my room to get some fresh air. I couldn't stand being in this small-ass hotel room one more second. I was bugging out like crazy though. Every person I saw seemed like a threat to me. I started talking with this one guy in the hotel lobby. He says that he's traveling from a different state on some sort of self-indulged journey across the country. I asked him if he has any experiences with stalkers, and he told me that he had been receiving anonymous calls a couple of years back from some random guy. I asked if he has ever encountered one in his backyard or anything, and he just looked at me funny. I explained to him the situation and he wished me the best of luck. Nothing out of the ordinary, but it was nice to have some real human interaction while I'm losing my mind. 1:46 AM. Alright, one of the janitors must be fucking with me. I spent the last 10 minutes searching for my phone and asked someone outside my room to call it for me. I listened for the ringing, and it's in the fucking safe, and the password is not the one they gave me. What the fuck is going on? This is ridiculous. Whoever did this shit is going to get torn a new one. I'm going to the manager right now to get this sorted out. 2:08 AM. I'm demanding a different room. I'm not staying in that same fucking room one more second. The whole staff is in there right now trying to figure out the safe password. Meanwhile, the manager is looking for the janitors who have been in my room to ask what the fuck they were thinking. Fuck this, I'm tired, I'm worried, and now I just lost my fucking phone. 2:24 AM. It's not the garage code, guys, I checked. Even if it was, why would it be, and how would the fucking stalker even get into my hotel room, let alone rewire my safe? 2:26 AM. Guys, I'm not leaving the hotel, okay? I already paid the money to stay here and I don't have any other place to go that's not 100 miles away. I have no car. I got here in an Uber, and at least here there is over 100 people staying. The stalker is not gonna come into a hotel full of people. 2:40 AM. Okay, now you guys got me worried. I'm sitting in my hotel room all alone with no phone. No way to call an Uber, no way to call the police, and I'm starting to think one of the janitors got bribed to do this. I now not only have no way of driving away from here, but I have no way in contacting my family or anyone for that matter of getting me away from the hotel. I'm going to wait for another 45 minutes, and if they don't open the safe, I am demanding that they call an Uber for me, and I'm driving the hell out of here. 2:53 AM. Someone just knocked on the door saying that the safe is open. I told them alright, and they asked me to come get it. I asked him if he can slip it under the door, but he said that I need to get it myself. I told him that I would in a couple of minutes, and that he'd be waiting. I don't know what to do, guys. You're all fucking with my mind. 3:10 AM. The man said that my phone is in the main lobby, if I want it. I'm on my laptop next to my window, and I could have sworn out of the corner of my eye, I saw a car flashing its high beams. I don't know if I should hold out till morning, or get my phone and leave. 3:14 AM. Guys, I'm not waiting until 3:24 for this guy to come into my room and jump me. I'm packing and I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'll keep you guys posted on mobile when I get my phone back. 3:16 PM. Alright guys, I'm staying at a friend's place for right now. It's the next day, so I'm a lot calmer now. Just to clarify, when I said not a trace of DNA was found, I meant that there was nothing that was found to trace this guy back, like a glove or fingerprints on the garage keypad. The police did not do a full investigation, obviously. The guy still hasn't been found. My neighbors have told me that no one has been back to the house, and my parents are currently staying at my aunt's down south. I got my phone back and there was a missed call from some guy named Nick Sullivan. What's strange is that his name was never put in my contacts. I have never met anybody called Nick Sullivan in my life, and I don't know how it was in there. I tried calling back and it just went to voicemail. Creep as shit nonetheless. Maybe I'm just paranoid, I don't know. I'll see if I can make another update tonight. Bye for now. Hello again everyone. If you have not been listening to my last update, I have since left my hotel and I took an Uber to my friend's house an hour away. As I got in the Uber, the driver had been waiting for me to come out and I got into his car. I nearly shit myself as he turned on his car to find that the car opposite directly his, within the parking lot, was a grey Volkswagen. I couldn't tell if it was the same one from the night before, because A, this one had a license plate, and B, I have never gotten a good look at it up close before, so it could just be any other person's car. As we were leaving, I looked up to the hotel and in one of the rooms there was clearly a figure looking out of the window. I'm not jumping to any conclusions right now as to whether or not it was him. I'm not sure if it was the same room as mine. I honestly keep questioning myself at this point as to whether all this shit is real or just paranoia. Maybe the guy actually did find me and I was just about to be slaughtered, maimed, or worse. Or maybe this is just a classic case of the Bader Meinhof phenomenon and I'm just finding ways to freak myself out. And one thing that is for sure is that this guy is definitely still hunting me. I got a text from Mr. Sullivan, Nick, or whatever the fuck he wants to be called, and I'm still petrified after seeing it. At exactly 8:34 PM today, he sent me a video, and the only other thing he has said in the text was, "I see you." Here's the video. Have a look for yourself. I am positively sure this is my house. Now, I want to know when this video was taken. It probably was not taken last night as the police were all watching my house, so that means he either took it the first night or as recently as today, and I'm really hoping that it's the latter. If he took it today, that means he probably still thinks that I'm staying there. Unfortunately though, this guy seems far from stupid, and if he has stalked me enough to know my garage code, he most certainly must have noticed that I am no longer coming back there. Either way, he's trying to terrorize me, and he is probably trying to get me to flee my house for his perfect moment to strike. And in some twisted way, I expected worse. I don't know what makes this psychopath tick. Maybe dead animals, maybe dead people, or just seeing his victims crumble under all the stress he's inflicting upon them. What I am dreading is the fact that he actually manages to find me at my friend's place. This guy, we'll call him Tom, not his real name obviously, took up the mantle of protecting me, and if this guy manages to find me, I will never forgive myself for putting this on him. I offered to pay him money, but he refused. So, for the past 2 hours, we've just been doing nothing but drinking beer and playing video games to calm my nerves. Tom is a bit of a hick, I would say. He loves dipping, sitting on his front porch drinking beer, and he has a pretty large collection of guns. Probably the best friend to have in a situation like this, just as you guys have been begging me to get hold of. So all in all right now, I'm feeling the most secure that I have felt out of all the days since this shit has started. I have informed the police about the situation and gave them the video, and they told me that they had not seen a car near my house at all in the past day. I gave them the number, and they told me that they will do their best to try to triangulate its position. Now that it's getting late, my friend and I have decided we need to start securing the place in case of intruders. His house has security alarms. He lives on a relatively busy street, so no one can park near the house without parking in the driveway, and he has been staying off of social media as I have asked him to do so for my safety. The anxiety hasn't stopped, but this is the first time I have a friend by my side to help me with the situation, so I feel a little better. He gave me one of his pistols, and we started shooting in the range in his backyard, despite never having shot a gun before. We are currently on his porch, just talking as I write this down. I'm very grateful for all your support for the past couple of days, guys. Updates will come as always, everybody. Have a good night, everyone. Hopefully nothing notable will happen for once. Now we wait. Update. I'm sorry for the wait, everyone, but I have been on the road all day. Last night, when I posted the third update, many people in the comments had told me that I needed to stop using Reddit, as it would only lead to him finding my location. So I didn't. I turned my laptop off and put my phone on airplane mode for the past day. I decided my best course of action would be to calm my nerves and finally get some shut-eye. I signed off of Reddit, jumped into my buddy's couch, and finally went to sleep. At approximately 3 in the morning, my friend woke me up telling me I needed to check something out. I immediately grabbed the revolver I had left on the table next to the couch, and we went to the front porch. In the distance, we could see a car parked all the way down the road. I'd say it was about 300 yards, and still visible because of a street light. The following was the conversation that happened between me and my friend, Tom. Tom says, "See that car down there? I was dozing off, and the moment I snapped out of it, the thing just showed up out of nowhere. It was just sitting there." "How long do you think it's been there for?" "I'm not sure, man. I just saw it there and stared at it for a good 2 minutes. After that, I took my flashlight and started flashing it on and off. Shortly after, the car shut off, and some guy got out and waved, and then he walked into the woods." There is a wooded area near my buddy's house that if you walk through it, you can go walk into a large open field in his backyard. There is a fence dividing the field and his backyard, but it can easily be hopped. I ask him, "Do you think we should go check it out?" No, this guy could be going to the woods and coming back around towards my back door. You have to stay here and I'll go check it out." "Alright, if it's a grey Volkswagen, we need to leave immediately. I want you to recall the license plate and look inside to look for anything notable. That means ropes, knives, duct tape, anything sketchy that we need to get out of here for." "Alright, wait inside and defend the house. Make sure no one gets inside." I went back inside and stared out the window as Tom approached the vehicle with his 12 gauge. I went to the back of his house and stared out of his backyard window and saw some figure start walking across the field. This was particularly strange, as there were no houses visible in this field, and he just seemed like he was walking towards nowhere. He climbed over a hill, and he was no longer in view from the window. I went back to the front window to look at the car, and Tom was checking it out. I felt relieved for the slightest moment, as I felt like maybe, just maybe, I was overreacting. Then, his home phone rang. I looked at it and saw the caller ID, and it was my area code, not Tom's. At this point, I had my phone still on airplane mode, so I assumed it was someone from my neighborhood or family trying to contact me. I felt almost intrusive seeing that I was answering a call to a home that was not even mine. But now was not a time to take chances, so I answered. I picked up the phone. "Hello? Excuse me, who is this?"
"Oh, excuse me, sir. My apologies. Is this the owner of the household?"
"No, I'm just a friend of the owner. He's currently outside. Who's this?" At this point, I just felt that feeling you get in the pit of your stomach when you realize you fucked up. I just realized that I'm here alone. and whoever is calling just realized that too. Hello?
Who else are you with, sir? Is it just you?
At this point I was shaking and I could barely speak without stumbling my words. I decided the best thing to do is lie like there is no tomorrow. No, we're having a party here and there are a couple of other people here. I ask again, sir, who's calling?
Are you sure about that? I was just walking by and saw that there are only 2 cars in his driveway.
Listen, just fucking tell me who you are and why the fuck are you calling this house so late? Hello? Can you please just fucking tell me?
I apologize, sir. I may have the wrong number. Tell whoever owns this house to call back. Thank you.
Then, he hung up. Tom had come back and said that the car was not a Volkswagen and had a license plate. He said the windows were tinted and the doors were locked, so there was really nothing he could make out. I told him about the caller, and he said that he had no idea whose number that was. He called back. No answer. He called from a restricted number. No answer. An hour passed by as we were sitting on the porch and we heard an audible slam from his back door. We both looked at each other and he motioned to follow him around the back. We saw nothing out of the ordinary. We looked around everywhere for footprints, but still nothing. When we had gone back to the front porch after countless minutes of searching, it was approximately 4 in the morning at that point. It wasn't until 10 minutes after we got back to the porch that we noticed that the car that was 300 yards away was gone, and we hadn't even noticed. I haven't gotten any sleep last night. I told him that I wanted to leave his house because I need to keep moving, and he said that he wants to come too. He locked up all of his doors, brought some guns, and we drove off at 6 in the morning. Police still haven't done jack shit despite all the valuable intelligence I gave them, and I've been on the road all day with my friend. I drove a lot and he slept in the back. We're currently at a McDonald's as I type this. We were joking and saying that if we end up getting kidnapped or murdered or attacked, these no-sleep posts will make one hell of a based on a real story script. I'm just tired, guys. Tired of being stalked, tired of being hunted down, and tired of making these goddamn posts. I just want this to be over. If anything happens tonight, I'll let you all know. Bye for now. I'm sorry to inform you guys, but I think it's about time to wrap up the show. My parents have returned home, and both the police and my neighbours haven't seen the man ever since I left. I've been on the road for the past few days, and I just want to stop running. My parents informed me that they got hold of a revolver now, and all I want to do is just go home, sleep in my bed, and be done with this madness. I'm starting to think that all of this has all just been in my head. The guy hasn't made any notable appearances in my life since that night, and maybe the video that he sent was just from the first 2 nights I saw him. I don't know. I guess that's been the problem ever since the start of this, is that I must just have been overreacting to this whole phenomenon. Surely I must have been overreacting. Maybe this guy is just some deranged burglar. Maybe he came to my house thinking that I was somebody else. I don't know for sure. Tom and I have been on and off the road, only stopping to get food or to piss. A lot of comments have been telling me to either stop using Reddit or to stake it out and confront the guy myself. I've come to realize that I've been making a poor choice documenting everything that has been happening on Reddit. God only knows if this man has been using it to his advantage. But more importantly, I've been hiding and running away from him all this time. I thought it was finally time to confront him myself. Now, I'm not going to make an effort to contact him or to find him, but if he decides he wants to come and attack my house, my family, and myself, then he will finally meet his maker. However, I thought a good start would be to pay the 7-Eleven guy a visit today, and we decided to confront him. I just needed to be sure that it wasn't him. We parked in front of the 7-Eleven at about 8 at night, about 3 hours ago. This is the conversation that we had to the best of my memory. Tom says, "Is this the guy?" Yeah, this is him. Let's just go inside and ask him a few questions. We just need to scare him a little and see how he responds. Tom took his pistol from the back seat and put it in his holster. I told him, "Dude, is that necessary? Look man, we aren't even sure if this is the guy. We just can't pull a gun on him and make him shit himself for no reason. Just taking some precaution is all, and if this is the guy then we gotta be careful." And with that, Tom got out of his car and started walking in as I followed. As soon as we walked in, the cashier asked, "Hey boys, how are we doing today?" We both gave him a stern look, so he responded, "Hey guys, come on, what's that sour mood for?" I looked at Tom and he looked back at the cashier and said, "Lovely day, isn't it?" I could see that the guy was getting visibly nervous and began to sweat a little. "Hey man, I can't help but notice that gun in your holster. Pretty nice gun that. Is that an M1911 Colt, right? My dad had one of those." We didn't break eye contact. "Yeah, I would say it's a pretty nice day, isn't it? How's your day going?" I asked. I went directly in front of the counter and got face to face with him. "Hey, can I ask you something?" I could see the cashier swallowing and he coughed. "Yeah, what is it?" "Do you drive here to work by any chance?" Oh, not really. My friend drops me off." I looked at Tom and he looked back at the guy. "You best not be lying to us." The cashier broke. "Look guys, I don't want any trouble. If you're here to rob the place, that doesn't concern me. I'm just a guy who works here, alright? Just take the money and go if that's what you want." "We aren't here to rob anything. Just asking a couple of questions if that's alright with you," I said. The cashier folded his arms and said, "Sure, ask whatever you need. What's up?" "When does your shift end?" "Oh, usually around 3 in the morning. Hey, what's all this about, boys? Are you guys undercover cops or something?" "Have you seen a grey Volkswagen in the past couple of nights you've been working here?" Actually I did. The night before you came in, there was a guy who came in after you the other night." "Did he buy anything?" "Yeah, he bought some cigarettes and dipping tobacco. He didn't say much, but he said he had a long night ahead of him." Tom then asked, "I take it he gave you ID?" "Yeah, he did." "What was his name? Do you remember?" "I think it was something like Nathan Silverstein or something along those lines." "Nick Sullivan?" "Shit, I'm pretty sure that was his name. What's it to you, by the way?" "Can we see your ID for a second?" He showed us his ID, and this guy seemed to be completely innocent. "Alright man, thank you for your time. The police might come later to ask you for your camera feed from that night, but I appreciate your help," I said to the guy. We left, and that was the end of it. Finally, after all these days of running, we finally got a decent lead on this guy. We called the police, and they are currently going over the tapes. This was an amazing feeling now that we finally have a good lead on this guy now. I can finally go home. Tom has been such a good friend the past couple of days, and I'm eternally grateful for what he has done for me in this time of need. After a long day of traveling, he told me that his girlfriend has been awfully worried about him, and this made me feel even worse about the situation. Finally, I told him that we need to part ways, and that I wanted to go home and rest, and then I apologized for putting him in danger. He told me not to sweat it, and that it was a pretty exciting experience for him, despite it maybe putting our lives in jeopardy. I gave him some money to help him with his troubles. He's going to his girlfriend's house, he said, and he'll be staying there for a while until this gets completely sorted out. No more running, no more fear, no more stalking. I am finally done with this, guys. I can't wait to go home, see my family, and be safe and sound in my own home again. I want to thank you all for your support through these past few days. It has really meant a lot. At some point I got text from my parents saying it was safe to come home. When I called them, everything sounded normal. However, My mum sounded somewhat worried and flustered about the whole situation when my dad put her on the phone. I asked her what was wrong, and she had simply told me, "I'm just under a lot of stress," and followed it with, "Just come home, please. We miss you." I feel sorry for them. I don't know why, but I somewhat blame myself for all of this shit happening. If they haven't seen the stalker at all, then this must have to do with me and me alone. I must have done something to cause this man to torment my family. As we speak, Tom just left, back home, to his girlfriend's, and I'm finishing this last update at Starbucks. I'll call an Uber, and I'll finally be home. If the guy gets caught, I'll link you guys to a news article or something. But this is the final update. Thank you all for the advice and enthusiasm. Peace. Update. 12:12 AM. I just got home and there aren't any cars in my driveway. I'm a little worried. I'm calling my parents now. 12:14 AM. Alright, no answer from my parents. Gonna try the garage code now. 12:16 AM. Well, my parents have changed the garage code or something. I'm banging on the door and no one is fucking answering. 12:18 AM. Jesus, it's fucking cold. 12:21 AM. Alright, well, lights are turning on in my bedroom, so they're obviously home. 12:24 AM. Have a nice day, everyone. 12:34 AM.
Lol. Guys, guys, I'm just kidding. Y'all need to chill.
12:35 AM.
More updates to come, guys. Lots and lots of updates.
12:38 AM.
Just wait for 3:24 AM, everyone. Bye bye.
My story starts where it seems more and more peoples come from nowadays, the deep web, or dark web. However you refer to it, it's always in regards to the same place. A place where one attains complete anonymity, and can buy, sell, and just display anything they want with no fear of the law. Now for mutual benefit, I will omit anything in regards to my identity, of myself, or any of my colleagues. Aliases will be used. That being said, I am Kane. So as I'm sure you figured out by now, I am one of the less savory people who can be found on the deep web. I'll start this off of how I got here. I am ex-military, of what nation I will not designate. That alone is enough to explain the rest to anyone who is something of irregular on the deep web. I was down on my luck with a shit-paying job, though that being said, I can't say I didn't enjoy being a computer technician. I was in engineering school but dropped out and decided to join the military, and with that on my papers, I spent a decent amount of time understanding the minute details that go into every communication of signals. Going in, I thought I was just going to remain a tech. That impression stayed with me until a mortar shell took out half my base communication center and damn near took my leg with it. I was placed into physical therapy and thus forth discharged from the military after showing signs of PTSD. My leg was functional, but even now appears mutilated and covered with scars from both surgical steel and rusted shrapnel. After 7 months of meth addiction and narrowly avoiding assault charge, I got myself a job, got clean, and under wraps amassed enough parts to make a decent computer. I didn't remember when I first heard of the deep web. I can, however, recall when I found the page that got me where I am today. Hitman for hire. The font was very plain and almost stern in its presence as the header. I scrolled through the sprawling pages of locations where this apparent organization had branches and hitmen. You couldn't see the details or where the branches were located unless you were a member. When I signed in with the secure inbox host, a dialog box appeared on the screen. It should be noted now that the organization is very real. If you join this site as a joke, your information will be distributed in our newsletter. What happens next will simply be nature taking its course. If you are law enforcement, your information will be collected. That of your family will be as well. At the time, the idea of actually becoming a hired gun hadn't been but an intrusive thought that I pushed aside. Things remained that way until I saw the rates, along with a new tab that appeared after I logged in labeled Apply. The full process of applying is something I cannot go into detail about. I can only tell you that it started with a chat window taking up the entire screen. It already had one message in the thread. Type yes if you are serious about this and willing to follow through, or if you have changed your mind, type no and this window will close. If you type yes, there is no turning back. Though if you type no, the application button will always be there in case that you reconsider. Sincerely, the site owner. I want to say this disclaimer gave me chills or something like that, but in all honesty, I was almost giddy to type yes. I'm sure that says something about my mental state, though in this line of work most people won't be concerned with that. Another window then opened, and it was apparent that I was now in a video call with someone. Their face was distorted, as was their voice, but I did understand what was being said to me. I was asked every bit of information I could ever be asked about myself in that moment, short of inquiring about my bank account and social security number.
Considering the information I have so far, I believe we can screen you in person as soon as it is most convenient to you.
The guttural sound of voice banged in my eardrums as they slid through the lips that seemed to hiss like a snake from some sort of lisp. How about today? Now even, I responded vocally, semi-sarcastic.
That is more doable than you think, Mr. Keeter. Would you like me to mark that down?
It was then, and only then, that I had found myself in a state of shock, as though everything else had drifted through in a haze. I didn't speak, I simply nodded, and with that the call dropped, and one last message appeared on the chat window. Be at this location in 1 hour exactly. If you have a preferred concealable weapons, you are welcome to bring them, though we cannot guarantee they will pass official inspection, in which case you are not authorized to be used in the field and will be returned to your residence. At your wishes, we may retrieve any inspection-passing arms from your residence, and at your request they will be primed for peak performance. Reading the paragraph is what truly drove home what I had agreed to do. I scrambled through my closet to find my M1911 and several magazines, dressed in my least noticeable attire, and proceeded to the area where I then walked about in a large radius to get my bearings. The location was along a storm runoff, the overpass of which was a walking trail, adorned with branches. I was to sit in the center, north-facing bench. It was early in the morning, no later than 5:30, when I heard rapid footsteps to my right. In the distance was a jogger in full workout attire. I had been sitting on that bench for no less than 3 hours, entirely alone. I was half asleep until the rhythmic beat of the man's shoes jostled me and nearly caused me to reach for my gun, but something in me knew he was neither a threat nor my new employer. I watched him as he approached the incline of the overpass and gave me an acknowledging nod as he passed. I was so focused on him I hadn't realized there was another person near until out of the corner of my eyes I saw them lunge out of the bench next to mine. Before I could react, I watched the silhouette of what seemed to be a small framed person. A shadow eclipsed the face of the man as I heard the unmistakable sound of a knife penetrating flesh. The gargles of the jogger on his own blood was the first thing I could clearly make out about the situation. The assailant had not moments later become clear. Judging from their size, wasn't even close to reaching their 20s. I finally snapped entirely awake as I saw the young figure holding a knife through the man's throat. From the angle I was at on the bench, I could see clearly that the knife had entered through one side and gouged straight through the other side. I could see the ripples of the man's muscle tissue as the assailant pulled the knife askew and ripped it from the now deceased corpse. The blood sprayed like a punctured fire hose as the body fell to the ground with a solid thump, and who I could now recognize as a young boy turned back to me. I froze upon meeting his gaze. I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. What I can only describe as a hot topic-dwelling goth mall rat extended a hand to me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the body convulsing slightly as the last of the blood spurted from the sliced and torn flesh. As my mouth hung agape at the scene that had unfolded before me, the boy, still looking at me, said with a smirk, "What? Expected a black suit and sunglasses? You watch too many movies." He shook his head pitifully before grabbing my hand and hoisting me to my feet, his hand still covered in blood. "And for me, that is saying something," he said as he crudely wiped his hands on his sweater. Him too now staring at the puddle of blood and the open throat from which it came. He turned back to me and furrowed his brow as if to say, "Yes, this is it." I came to know the kid as Seth. He told me that he was from France originally and got into the trade after escaping a human trafficking ring when he was 13. He continued on to explain how he went to kill 2 criminal kingpins and how, unlike me, the organization came to him, and that he enjoyed seeing fresh faces come in ever since it expanded to the deep web. As cheerful as his voice was, there was a distinct coldness to his presence that stayed with me to this day. Something about what he was saying to me and how he said it had me silent the whole way to the van he led me to. 2 men sat in the front, and in the back were 3 more people. A man sitting at a makeshift desk at the back corner who never turned from the screen. Another man seeming to be in a mental state not dissimilar to my own at this point, and next to him a woman in a sundress polishing a .44 Magnum. Adam, the nervous man, was a new recruit like me. The lady next to him introduced herself as May. Her disposition was more similar to that of Seth, who stood next to me while making indistinct small talk with May. I have been in this line of work for a month now. I was given a chance to document this so long as certain names and specific locations were not mentioned. I see Seth often now. His involvement in bringing me in also made him my superior. I would have protested had my ass not been handed to me in basic training. I had also seen Adam and May during their training sessions. May asked me how I was warming up to the new job, the way someone would if you were working as a clerk. She told me that she had actually trained Seth herself, and that after he rose through the ranks at astounding speed, they would always go on recruitment runs together. It's really something when you start 'em young. After which she just laughed and walked on to the briefing office. "Yeah, really is," I replied. The user ended the journal post here. If he happens to upload anything else to add on to the story, I'll definitely make sure to add an update video. Continuing on. If you like this video, please like it, comment, and please subscribe so you can stay up to date of what's going on with the channel.